new title sponsor to the Golf with Jay Delsing show. 5 Iron Golf is our new partner. You've got to visit their Clayton location on Forsyth today. The Golf with Jay Delsing show is now brought to you by 5 Iron Golf.
Want to get hooked up with free stuff and get into some of the biggest sports events and concerts? Sure you do. Keep it locked on 101 ESPN for your chance to text in and win on the Air Comfort Service Heating and Cooling text line. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Welcome to the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. You are welcome to get involved by calling into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Texting in to our Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And then you can gather with other TMA listeners by opening up the YouTube app on your phone, typing in TMA STL, and gathering and watching the program and talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And Doug, you decided to lead with the Gator Bowl yesterday to start 2026 on this program. What direction are you going to go with today? Jackson says the Steve Kerr ejection.
Well, I do like the Montana State comeback win over Illinois State in overtime.
Did you watch the game?
I did not.
Okay.
No.
It was actually kind of fun.
Was it? I saw.
Do I have to apologize for watching that?
I saw about 5
Jackson would like you to apologize for not seeing the Steve Kerr ejection.
Okay.
Did he make a real ruckus?
Yeah, a raucous ruckus.
What did he do?
Ooh, I like that. Raucous ruckus.
What did he do?
Yelling at the refs.
Oh. Okay.
Well, his team responded.
Yeah, big dub.
Did he go Micah
for the
Shrewsbury?
Dubs.
Did he go full Shrewsbury?
No, I've never seen Shrewsbury before in my life. I've never seen that in my life.
The Notre Dame coach who was yelling at Ant Robinson earlier this season, the other night chased a referee with full vigor.
You got to fire him after that, don't you?
They didn't. The ACC didn't even basically did almost nothing.
You got to fire a coach running after a referee. You have to.
It's truly. I've never seen anything like it. I've never, because it was after the game. The buzzer sounds and he sprints after them.
Sharon just sent a picture in from her pool in Sanibel.
Oh, no.
Morning, boys. Greetings from Sanibel Island, Florida. Yesterday's first show of the year was a fun show. Let's keep it going the rest of the week and the rest of the year. Enjoy. And there's a picture of her pool. And
she's already at the pool. Looks like there's a golf course behind there.
Is that sanctuary?
Well, I don't know what it is.
Well, I'll tell you, that might be the nicest course I've ever played. It's like
it ain't Riverside, I know that.
Sharon has formed an alliance with Harrison's brother Master in 2026, and Vincent Kennedy McMahon couldn't put together a better pair of heels to draw the audience's ire for this new year. You can call in and give your thoughts on the new alliance between Harrison's brother Master and Sharon and Clayton, 314-974-0101. Martin, the Stiefel dossier is packed today.
So there's a headline that says Blues.
Oh my God!
No, and the only reason I bring this up, because how much I love Paper's creativity. What I really enjoy on the dossier is your headlines. I don't care if there's any meat below it. I just love when it says things like "from the desk of Jack B." Under construction, like checking the till. What I really enjoy when you put a little effort into the titling.
Thank you.
Even when there's nothing below it. So today it just said like Blues, Redbirds, CFB. I'm like, oh, come on. I really live for those catchy titles.
Oh, you missed in 8-3. I have the ejection section. Where
I did see that.
See, there it is. But I already went to it in 7-1, and that has to make you panic about this Stiefel dossier today.
We're looking a little lean.
So much going on in the world of sport, especially in the world of St. Louis-based sports.
Uh-oh. Somebody's got it running through their system here, and it makes me want to have an intervention. Tim, do you recommend loading up on one game per night or in betting, or do you recommend smaller amounts on like 3 to 5 games nightly? Like that's from the 314, and it sounds like we need to have an intervention. Is that what they had with Christopher?
I don't know what you had.
Yeah. You killed the dog?
Dre De Matteo, she's on OnlyFans.
Was it barking? That's what Paulie says.
1-800
So
bets
funny.
off? Is that how you end it?
1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, 1-800-GAMBLER. I'm sorry.
So the question is, more important to really focus on one game or multiple games?
Diversify your
Yeah.
interests.
And
Or
what's your
just
advice?
bet big on one game.
What's your advice on that?
Boy, it sounds like you're in a good place.
Yeah. Introduce that man to sweetheart teasers.
Oh, and parlays. Oh, sweet, sweet parlays. Can I interest you in a prop bet?
Well, no.
One of my most surreal sports moments was in New York City. This is 2000, Doug. The Mets and Cardinals are in the NLCS.
Is that Rick Wilkins making the final out?
I don't know. who made
Backup
the final
catcher,
out.
former Cub. But there must have been a day in between, or they were playing at night, so it was a Sunday. And the crew, we used to travel with a whole bunch of us. And now it's a guy named Billy and his phone. But we had like a producer, photographer. There was like 4 or 5 of us there for the NLCS in 2000. And we go to Runyon's, which is the famous New York sports bar. And we're sitting at a table, and I said, God, I think that's Keith Hernandez over there. And, and everybody at our table was like, that is Keith. And he's sitting by himself.
Really?
Now, there's multiple football. We were there because the Rams were playing, and we were obviously out of town, so we're watching the Rams game. And he's watching like 8 different screens. And maybe a half hour later, a beautiful blonde gal comes in and sits down next to him.
Imagine that.
And we overhear, because of course we're media gossips,
Yeah.
we hear him say, okay, honey, on that one over there, we need the blue team to score.
Uh-oh.
And on this one over here. And it was a delight. And I'm not picking on Max because he's a great ball player, great Cardinal. I just enjoyed the fact before it became popular with the entire country, he was on it.
He had a guy, maybe in Queens, I don't know.
He was on it. He
I
would
bet a guy
literally-
like him had a pretty good time in New York.
Oh, yeah.
As a star
just
for the
being
Mets.
Keith
Yeah.
Hernandez. But he literally pointed out, okay, now over there, we need the green team to score. Okay, over here, we need the red team not to score. It was fascinating. We finally went over and talked to him. And he was
Congrats,
great.
Sharon. You're in Sanibel, the Fable Ticks of Florida Islands. That's from Mr. Licks.
No, what does that mean?
Fable Ticks. Is that Kate Hudson's clothing brand, Doug?
I don't know what it is.
The Fable Ticks, Jackson. Are you familiar with Kate Hudson's clothing brand? And
Fabletics.
Fabletics?
Fabletics.
Doug, is it Fable Ticks?
I don't know what it is.
That would be like.
Oh, my God. Is that a Mutigers moment?
That
Did
would
we
be-
just have a MU Tigers Mutigers?
That would be like the Brothers Grimm version of a clothing brand.
Doug, the Brothers
What does that
Grimm.
mean?
Brothers Grimm, they wrote Fables.
I know who the Brothers Grimm are, but how does this figure into the Fabletics?
Sharon is boasting about being in Sanibel.
Right.
I mean, I'm going to do this whole thing.
Okay.
Okay. Sharon's boasting about being in Sanibel. First text of the morning. She's in an alliance with Harrison's brother, Master.
She's at the pool already.
She sent us a picture from the pool. It looks like it's a live photo. She's got the screen. They have the screens over the pools in Florida, at least in the southern portions, to keep the bugs out.
Big old bugs.
Mr. Licks, who of course is very wealthy, and is he a PE guy? I think he's a
What he
PE
is?
guy.
I don't know.
Mr. Licks is crapping on her by saying that she is in the Fable Ticks, Kate Hudson's clothing wear of Florida Islands, by letting her know she's trying to brag that she's in a nice area. But for him, he would probably go, where would he go? Is he like a Marco guy? I don't see Mr. Licks as being a Miami Beach guy.
Marco.
You think he might be Palm Beach? He might be Palm Beach.
St. Louis loves Marco.
You hear that with
St.
Jackson?
Louis
Now,
loves Marco.
I think Mr. Licks was crapping on Sharon, and then Jackson kind of crapped on Mr. Licks. That was my read.
Marco Island is
Yeah, but
beautiful.
it's St. Louis kind of, you know,
are so
like New
Central
York
Corridor.
and Connecticut likes.
Palm Beach. Boca. Yeah. That's. I don't think that's wrong or casting aspersions. The Fabletics, I was saying Fabletics would be like if the Brothers Grimm had a clothing brand. But Fabletics,
He loves Doug again.
My head hurts.
Kate
again.
Hudson and Kevin Hart do a lot of work for Fabletics, affordable activewear.
Mr. Licks says St. Bart's is nice this time of year. So that's where he goes. He doesn't even stay in the United States. And that's where DiCaprio was with Jeff Bezos. Am I correct? And Tom Brady showed up, and now he's with Alex Earl, who was with...
She looks a lot like Alex Cooper from Call Her Daddy. I've gotten them confused
Well,
before.
everybody's starting to look alike.
It's like the barbershop
Papers,
having
we have
haircuts on the side.
Papers, we have Man Bay, who says it was Aesop with the fables. Christ almighty, do some
What the Brothers
show
Grimm
prep.
write?
Did they do
no.
fairy tales versus...
What the Brothers Grimm do?
Are we on fairy tales versus fables? I think we have to... This is what happens.
Yeah, they're fairy tales.
On a
Okay.
Tuesday,
What's the difference?
when Doug wants to talk about Montana State's thrilling win, instead we're on to
Right.
fables.
They publish folklore. So I'll count fables in that.
I think Fables is a lesson at the end of it. And a fairy tale can just be a little story.
And what is Sharon's lesson from Mr. Licks today?
That she should pay him no mind.
Doug, does your life feel like a fairy tale?
Not so much, no.
Fable ticks are wannabe Lululemon. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Who knew that we activated something here with Fable ticks?
I'd never heard of the brand.
Well, it's because it's called Fabletics.
Now, Tim, did you say it that way on accident, or were you doing a thing?
Everything is manipulated here on this program.
Okay.
Is there really so little going on that you guys have to entertain Karen from Clayton's text every day?
Yes.
So the old Appleton stepdad, Doug, who's enjoying the temperate conditions in old Appleton this morning, and he sits on the front porch with a country time lemonade.
And called her
texts it.
Karen. I don't know if that was a slip-up or that was unintentional slap in the face.
Mr. Licks, take a trip to Caracas. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. He would like him to go and visit Venezuela. I don't know if Mr. Licks will take him up on that.
I'm not sure you can get in right now.
So, Doug,
He's gotta do it in the middle of the
unfortunately,
night.
after what was a bonding day on January 5th, it looks like the audience is up against each other here on day 2 of 2026, and that's really unfortunate to see. Fortunately, we have a magical program for you in day 2, highlighted by day 2 of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Yesterday, Carlos Spicy Wiener got the first point in the quest for the $10,000 HVAC system from the great Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. And at this point, Doug, he is a favorite to win that $10,000 HVAC system. But guess what? Somebody can tie him at 9:45 today. Martin, you were chased out the door by Jackson Burkett to break the tie. That had to feel like a lot of pressure.
Got a text from Kiowski. Onboarding starts at 10 and like exclamation.
Yes. Yeah.
Paper said, hold up, Chief. We've got to vote. Redo. We had to kind of redo the ballot there, right? It was basically me.
Yeah.
Because I was the lone dissenter.
2-2-1 situation.
2-2-1.
2-2-1 situation.
You like a 2-2-1?
I'm a 1-3-1 guy.
1-3-1.
Carlos Spicy Wiener is a talented scribe. He's
Nice.
He's
Hall of Famer.
He's going to be tough to beat. Buck Swope has a shot if he would condense his emails, I think. Buck Swope always has a few really good lines, but some of it gets lost in these long paragraphs that he writes.
Yeah. Run-on sentences.
Yeah.
You know. It was a great first batch of emails. I mean, really good stuff.
Chairman Cart, 26% in, 9 made it to the filtered file.
Yeah, I think the math on that is spot on. Good job.
Oh, for him. You could have just said, sure, that's about right.
So about 25% conversion rate.
No.
So 25% got through the morning after at
Like a Mizzou field goal.
InsideSTL.com.
How about that?
Bobby Boots.
Wow, stray for Bobby Boots on his way out.
I'm going to make Tim proud of me with my email today. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man, Doug.
Have you ever looked at an email, Tim, and said, I'm proud of this person who's older than me?
Let's see. Did Martin reread both the emails, or did he just pick a name that he knows? That's from the Heiser House hooligan who was raging yesterday that his email didn't get through the filtered file.
Wasn't good enough, Heiser.
He sent it in 3 times, complaining, why didn't my email get through? It was thoughtful, funny, and short. This is horse crap. You can't talk about length and then allow 7 emails longer than the Bill of Rights. And then his 4 texts that he sent in before that in a matter of 5 minutes was complaining that we weren't talking about the Battlehawks.
He was right about one thing. It was short.
Was it brief?
Yeah.
I like the line longer than the Bill of Rights. That's the kind of pithy we're looking for. And I will tell you a little peek behind the curtain. When you guys read and we're listening, I put down a number. I'll put down like 5 twos.
Oh, you give a little ranking.
Yeah, and then that way I can kind of go back and see what my blink on it was. And that way I can.
I like that. That's a nice system.
And I have a little follow-up. So
Little system. I like that.
and I grade low on purpose. That way you get some room to go up. We'll start. Oh, that was not bad. We'll go to 6-1. The next one, that's a 5-7. So there is a system, Heiser.
Oh, my God. Lulu is so 2014. If you're not wearing Vuori by now, move to Wentzville. That's from Mr. Lance.
Really? Lululemon is out?
I went there to try to...
You went to Wentzville?
No.
Wow.
I went to Frontenac. Quite the opposite, in fact. And,
This guy.
And I tried to exchange some pant, and there was, I think, 75 people in line trying to check out.
At Lululemon.
So I turned rear and said, I'll come back a different day. It was like in between that week of Christmas and New Year's. So I assume it was real. Like that's the busiest time for
I
exchanges.
stood in that line
and such.
too. I got a pair of breeches that didn't fit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
There was
going
a line
for.
clear out the mall.
Yeah, couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So clearly it's still in.
He's right about Vuori, though. That's the
hearing
best stuff I've ever worn, Doug.
I hear good things.
Really?
Listening to all these fats complain about not having their emails read makes me realize how sad it is that so many of your listeners are so desperate for an HVAC system and cannot actually afford one. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup.
Perhaps if they had employment and received a paycheck, they could buy their own HVAC system instead of relying on an email to get it. It must be cold. Thank God the weather's been warm.
Temperate.
Yeah, I assume a lot of these people have no way to warm their shacks.
Out of sports around town. That's from the 314.
Not much going on, really. Not much going on.
Hey, the Blues are right there. Blues are
How
right
are the
there.
sports? Are they great?
Nice comeback win for the Kraken last night, Doug.
Yeah, did they play?
Yeah. Well, what's their Vaughn index?
I'd have to
Their
run the
point
math.
total is 45, but if you have a chance to compute it, it'd be nice to know the
for
Vaughn
the Blues
index.
if they wouldn't have been able to complete that comeback win against the Flames. What do you like in that game from the Kraken? Because
I just like their ability to play hard, a 200-foot game. There's buy-in. I like their habits. That's the new thing we're saying this year. I like their habits.
15-yarder for Bill.
like in baseball, we started talking about orgs last year.
Right, I didn't like
In
that.
2026, it's habits for NHL?
Yeah. People make up words just to act like they know more about the sport than anyone else. If I come up with a new word for something that people have been talking about forever anyway, it just makes me feel like I'm a little more hip to it.
You should create a word.
Well, don't tell me what to create.
For baseball this year.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
and
try.
And see, it can kind of be like fetch for Mean Girls. See if we can launch a word that will become part of the lexicon for those who want to argue about the sports.
All right, we'll work on that.
Self-reviewing your own email in a positive light and button mash repeat texting about it is like Billy Walsh thinking Medellin was good. Doug, that's from Carlos Spicemeter,
Medellin.
who is the only person in the entire world who has a point in the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month competition. Billy Walsh thinking Medellin was good.
Remember when he got that Pablo Escobar tattoo on his back?
Now, do you remember when Billy Walsh got the Pablo?
I just don't. I wish I did.
God, this show is so terrible.
Yeah,
we
we know.
really need BK and Ferrari to do a 7-hour show, and I'm dead serious. That's from the 217.
Block him.
It's like I want to text
Block
him.
him.
No, he didn't say unless I think you want to give him one, but is that what you do? Do you give people text names that they don't want?
No,
I
bad
thought that would be
idea.
against your Bill of Rights.
Yeah, it would be. That's a bad
Just for a
idea.
test run tomorrow. BK Ferrari coming in at 7. We'll sit this one out, and we'll give them a shot at the 7-hour show.
Sounds good.
They'd love that, I'm sure.
There might be a guy in Wichita doing a 7-hour show.
Play drops! Some drugs in D.C.
That was actually
I mean,
for me.
I'm telling you. There was, hey, we missed you guys yesterday, but today, peak anger. Fortunately, the Stiefel dossier has us talking Blues in segment 7-2 as we revisit the Blues preseason predictions and how we're faring so far.
Didn't we used to have a website or perhaps an app that did nothing but drops?
Clip.off.com still exists, yeah.
And that's a bunch of our drops? Mm-hmm. So people could go there and listen to drops all day long if
Yeah,
they
but
wanted
the
to.
purpose of the drop is to be interspersed into the program. Such as...
It seems like some of them just want any drop will do.
No. It's the complaining about the drops.
Papers is all about placement, too. You don't just hit a drop. There's a meaning behind it.
Ideally. What are you going to do?
I'm on the site, clipthatOff.com.
What do you see?
It's a lot of drops.
Trump says, how about that whole deal?
According to who? Arch said that to you?
No.
There, that's what they want. That's what they think makes
There's
the show.
something about Doug says the real question was if you're going to take a gentleman's trousers down and he has a landing strap, would it freak you out a
Landing
little?
strap.
I'm reading it.
It's a
I'm
combination
reading it
of a
as it's
strip and a
spelled.
strap.
Okay.
Hello, Vivian.
Tim
Sea
says,
Monster. I saw Sea Monster after the Blues L'Habitant on Saturday. The old Sea Monster.
Tim says, to Men's Health, the Zach Zane Doug, and now Zach Zane has his response to Father Kisser. That's from Tim. Prod Joe says, button me.
That was how, back in the day, producer Joe was behind the glass, and when he wanted to talk on the show, he had to tell Stedman to make his mic live, and the way that he communicated it, Martin, was by saying, button me.
Button me.
Right there.
Button me.
I've got an Iggy drop that
He
says,
sounds like he's in good spirits.
He was about to correct these asshats who host the show. That is my read on what that sounded like.
here's an Iggy drop that says, I don't do a lot, Cat. I got to my pool until the kids take dumps in it. That's another from clipthatoff.com.
Maybe that wasn't such a good idea.
Quite a bit here.
Yeah.
You ever go to clipthatoff.com and just play
No,
drop?
not one time have I ever done that. I've never had a thirst for drops.
I disagree.
I'm going to disagree. Get involved on the program. They're talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. And see if you can defeat Carlos Spicy Wiener. You have a 25% chance of getting your email through the filtered file. And then at that point, I think we read about 10 emails yesterday, a 10% chance of getting a point for what will be an approximately 20 Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day competitions in the month of January 2026. And whoever accumulates the most points at the end of the month gets a brand new HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. The longest running sponsor on this program, Design Air Service.com. Any issues you have with your HVAC system, they will be out quick, fast, in a hurry. No upselling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
The Blues play on 101 ESPN.
Big save on one end. Tie game on the other.
Tomorrow, Blues and Blackhawks. Pre-game at 7:30. Puck drop at 8:30.
Score! He tucks it in with a great move.
This is your exclusive home for Blues hockey. 101 ESPN.
FanDuel's giving all customers a profit boost every college playoff game day. That means more chances to level up your picks and turn big moments into even bigger wins. Ride with the favorite, take a shot on the underdog, or build a parlay. Then apply your profit boost and go for bigger winnings. Jackson, is there a play in the two games on Thursday and Friday? Thursday, Ole Miss and Miami. Friday, Indiana and Oregon that you like? Are you going with the side? Are you going with the total? Are you going with the prop? What are we going with?
You know what I like? They have a really cool thing on FanDuel where it's like an exactica for the final. And I like Indiana to beat Miami. And that pays, I think, plus 240. So it's like it's kind of getting some value out of something. And then you can root for both games. You know, you're rooting for Indiana, rooting for Miami. And you get there, and you get some plus money on that. Because if Indiana and Miami end up in there, I bet you Indiana plus 240 ain't going to be the number.
There you go. That's Jackson Burkett with a little analysis for you. FanDuel, the best place to get into the football action all season long. And when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to get your college playoff profit boosts today. It's FanDuel. Check it out online with the FanDuel app. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big trucks, big damage. And when you're the one left injured, you need someone who knows how to take on the trucking companies and win. You need Kaufman Townsley. Our attorneys live and work right here in St. Louis. We act fast, we dig deep, and we don't back down. Trucking accidents are serious, and so are we. Kaufman Townsley. Real people, real results. Call 314-777-7777.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 4 windows free with every 4 you buy. Plus, no interest for 2 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Okay, we've got the chips, the fancy cheese, the sparkling cider. Oh, and I need to fill up the tank on the way home.
Look at the cart. We haven't even hit midnight yet, and you're already blowing your save money resolution for next year.
I'm not blowing it. I'm being smart. I'm using Upside.
Upside? That cash back app?
Exactly. I just claimed an offer, and just like that, I'm getting cash back on all these groceries. And I'll do the same at the gas station. It's how I earned an extra $250 this year.
Wait, $250?
Yep, that's extra cash I can cash out to my bank or throw onto gift cards to my favorite spots.
Download the free Upside app and start earning cash back now. Use promo code POP99 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code POP99. Make your resolution easy this year. Download the free Upside app today and use promo code POP99 for an extra $10 bonus on your first purchase.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Don't get lulled into believing the IRS is getting soft. It's just the opposite. Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. We are being told by IRS collection officers that their higher-ups are demanding that they get more aggressive than ever. So don't ignore them any longer. Level up. If you have unfiled returns, unpaid taxes, levies, or liens, call me, Lance Drury, today and let me get between you and the IRS. I'll protect your rights. At the Lance Drury Law Firm, our practice is focused 100% on fighting the IRS. Remember, IRS problems are legal problems, and they need to be handled by an expert attorney who's done it for decades. So call the Lance Drury Law Firm today. We're local. Our office is right here in St. Louis. Call 314-260-6120. Visit Lance, DRURYlaw.com to schedule your free consultation with your local tax resolution law firm.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
At the start of the year, hopes were high. Now watching this team is like watching paint dry.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it by opening up your YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and then you're in there with Bob Lucier. Doug calls him Lucier, though. Mm-hmm. Jake and St. Genevieve, the TMA remote lamp, John Scores, and the overbearing sports dad. Is that a parody of Heimblum's spreadsheet, who is passionate about his son's volleyball, which Carlos Spicy Wiener mocks?
A lot of good overbearing sports dads out there.
Is that right?
I think we ranked them.
Which one is the worst?
And I forget.
Jackson, you think it's basketball.
I think baseball's right up there.
Oh, is that right, really?
Lacrosse got some votes.
Yeah,
overbearing sports.
It'd be tough. I don't know. I guess baseball would have to probably be, just because they play so many games.
But basketball, people are seated so close. Everyone's right in your face.
Right.
You can hear people yelling and screaming. I think basketball might be the worst.
And the game moves so
that I
fast,
encountered.
and it's so hard to referee. It's so hard to officiate. Because the difference between a legal play and an illegal play is very, very small.
That's right. And that's why I really push back against the criticism of the St. Gabriel officiating.
Yeah, it's hard. It's bang, bang.
Thank you, Jackson.
It's not that hard. I mean, sometimes the final score's on the scoreboard before they even start the game.
Wow, have fun with your
That
counsel.
to me is a problem. That's a tell. We've seen pictures of Fungo leaning against the wall, and he's the official. He wasn't even watching the game.
From the 314, they're not happy that they're not getting their names updated in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Looks like the teachers' pets are the only ones who get read or names from Jackson. That's from the 314.
That guy wants Doug's Dungeon Dweller. So you got it.
Oh, look at that. So he's a teacher's pet?
I guess, yeah. Wow. Look
Tim,
at that.
I'm sure you were a teacher's
Backfired.
pet, right? As a child?
Just give Timmy the A. Well, he hasn't turned in any of his homework. I understand that.
He's the pet.
It's complicated.
No, actually, now that I think about it, I wasn't, because I was accused of shaking my ass during prayer.
Shaking
Again?
Yeah.
What are you, SZA?
At what age?
5. Miss Eddie, you remember Miss Eddie? She was the first grade teacher there at St. Gabriel.
Were you twerking?
I don't know. I got like a little tramp stamp for my 5th birthday.
You have to call CPS immediately if you let your 5-year-old get a tramp stamp.
So you went to church during school,
No.
kindergarten?
This was school prayer, 1st grade. I obviously was a year ahead, and I guess I was just kind of moving back and forth during prayer.
Mm-hmm.
And Miss Eddie said, "We got a problem here."
Yeah.
And my mom was about to give birth. Was it Kevin?
I don't know who it was.
And so my dad had to handle it, and as you might imagine, Martin, he wasn't really up for the gig.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Missy, I know you're about to have the baby, but I just got a call from Miss Eddie, and Timmy's doing something up there with his ass during prayer. I guess I got to do it.
Oh.
Can you get in here real quick?
Always thought he was a bit of a weirdo.
So he had to go and talk with the teacher?
Miss Eddie.
Huh.
Who I believe was a former nun. Is that right? Was she a
I
former
don't know
nun?
who she was.
And so surprisingly, she wasn't a fan of my work.
I was just going to ask.
Don't tell me you know Miss Eddie.
No, I was just going to ask, how is it not a nun? Because the nuns always had male names. So when you said Miss Eddie, I was thinking Sister Eddie. Because
That's her last name.
Well, but the nuns were always Sister John Michael. So do you remember that?
Yeah.
Does anybody help me out here?
No, I'm with you.
And they
We
always
had
had
some of those.
And I never understood that.
We had some of those, but this was a lady who used to be. Doug, was that the convent? The convent?
I just don't
Pardon
know.
my ignorance, but can you be a former nun? I thought that was kind of a lifetime
I think
contract.
if you don't want to go through with the formal process, that you can.
You could always quit.
Bolt.
I didn't know.
Wow, well, Miss Eddie would be
it's not
great.
a lifetime
Yeah, we ought to have her.
You can quit.
Surprise, I've got Miss Eddie on.
So did you get a whooping when you got home? Did your dad say, come and get your whooping?
I would imagine he just enjoyed a couple of bush beers and went up to the hospital to meet his new son.
Probably.
That's what I would have to. Are we talking about any sports today at all?
Oh.
Doug, big game tomorrow night for the Blues, the Blackhawks.
They'll start about, 9 o'clock maybe?
Yeah. When they do the 8:30 television specials, Martin, I got the over. I dialed this in during the playoffs. I'm going to go 844.5.
Yeah,
844.5.
right around that.
That's where you're put to the test.
Full slate of St. Louis area sports tomorrow. You
Take a listen.
Missouri at Kentucky. Can they keep this momentum going after the win against Florida?
Okay.
Got a few votes in the top 25, I saw.
Yeah.
That was surprising. The coaches poll.
Yeah. St. Louis University also trying to keep that momentum rolling.
If St. Louis University wins tomorrow night, they're a top 25 team on Monday.
Would agree. They take on VCU, and then
Never won in that building.
both those games take place at 6 p.m. and then at 8:30, Blues Blackhawks, which you can hear right here on 101 ESPN.
So you'll have time to take in the entire Mizzou game and then flip over and take in the entire Blues game.
I would have time to do that.
You will have time for that.
I would have time to do that.
And you will do that.
I would have time to do that.
You're not going to do that.
I just lost a heartbreaking game, man. I don't want to talk about that right now.
Lamar
Okay.
has appeared.
Tim, are we wearing the same hoodie? Some people like some things. Are you wearing that?
No, I'm wearing the
blackout
the TMA.
Yeah,
that's what you're wearing, right?
Yeah, but is it the some people like something?
No. It's just a TMA one. Got Doug available at TMA shop.
I talked to Coach Schertz last night, friend of the show.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to have, you know who I'd like to have on this week? I always am up for Schertz, but I know he's got a big day tomorrow. And then I want to see if friend of the program, Joe Buck, is going to, where will they be? Glendale.
Glendale, yeah.
But then he's got to call the game in Pittsburgh on Monday night.
He's been doing some Good Morning Americas.
Oh, is that right? Is that what he's doing?
I don't know that he does it every day, but he's been on there.
This week he's been doing it?
I haven't watched it this week, but I know that there was a couple Mondays, I think, that he was on.
Did he call Seahawks Niners, right?
Yeah, they had the Saturday night game, and there was no Monday night game last night.
So they got the Steelers game Monday.
Right.
And the Indiana, Oregon is in Atlanta, so he could get there I think he can get
I thought
around.
Indiana, Oregon, I thought that was in Glendale. I mean, either way.
Indiana, Oregon, I believe, is the Peach Bowl.
Okay. No,
Which
either way. Through the magic
anyway,
of
but I
air travel, he
believe
could-
Joe might be able to get around.
Yeah.
I bet he has to go to that, doesn't he?
Or
do you wait for the big one? It's a little dangerous.
I think if you're working on some kind of budget, you're probably working.
Well,
I bet he would go. I don't know, but at the same time, I don't know.
Did you see he got kicked in the eye by his kids the other day? He had a black eye.
Yeah,
Really?
it was one of Jackson's links yesterday.
Kicked in the eye?
By
Was he wrestling around with him?
He's got two 7-year-old twins, and one of them kicked him in the eye while was breaking up a fight with the other twin.
So he's about to do a huge football game, and he's got a big old black eye, Doug. But the makeup
Quite a
artist,
spot you got here for yourself.
friend of the show, the last time he called in, he was the angry Hoosier. Mad Hoosier complaining that we didn't cover Indiana football enough. And after a little while, people said, is this Joe Buck?
Yeah.
Illinois and I play on Thursday, you hater. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, coming off a win against the Nittany Lions, Doug.
That's why they weren't mentioned in the Wednesday slate, because they play on Thursday.
It doesn't make you a hater if we've got the schedule slightly wrong.
I don't have any room to hate on Illinois basketball after the shellacking they gave the Tigers on Monday, the 22nd.
I decided to spend a bunch. I was texting with you guys about that on the day of the bragging rights. Like, you know what? The 3-year-old, he's so into Missouri athletics. Get him to a basketball game. Take the whole family. And I'm just like, oh, boy, this is... I didn't realize two things, Doug, because I don't think I was on the air that week. Yeah. How bad Missouri was. And I realized they didn't have Jaden Stone, Trent Pierce. That really is the core issue. But then how good Illinois is. Yeah. And really what I kick myself more for is not wagering heavily on Illinois because they were only like 7-point favorites. Illinois just strikes me as a team in another world. And if we play this thing out, because I know you're getting ready because we're only 24 minutes away from Joe Lenardi's new bracketology.
I don't care about that.
If a team like St. Louis University, which Martin was talking to Coach Schertz before I just hijacked the whole damn thing here, were to go up against a team like Illinois with that kind of size, I guess SLU would just have to shoot absolutely lights out in order to get past. Because there ain't going to be a whole lot of magic on the inside.
Yeah, that's my one piece of trepidation with the Billikens.
One piece of trepidation. I like that.
That would be a good headline for a segment.
Is interior defense. I'm worried if they were playing an elite big man, how they would fare. I just don't think that they can protect the rim as well as other
They're kind of a perimeter team in general.
They're as good as anybody in running up the floor and shooting, and they can guard on the outside. I just sometimes worry about them inside.
Avila's big enough to play some defense down low.
Yeah, unfortunately, size isn't the only thing. You got to have the quickness as well.
Yeah,
guys have
but
great
it's a
footwork.
start.
Yeah, hey, listen, he's a great player. That's not his biggest strength is rim protection.
His line last night was
I knew rim protection.
What do you mean?
How about just defense?
Well,
You're making up words again to make you sound more hip to a sport.
Defense can include perimeter guarding. It can include shot contesting from the outside. Rim protection exclusively talks about your ability to defend the basket on close shots, layups.
Rim protection sounds like goaltending to me.
You can do it legally. You can rim protect legally. It's called blocking shots.
Oh, but that's just defense. Anytime you're playing defense, it could be considered rim protection.
We're arguing semantics here, but that's
Okay.
fine. Defense is the umbrella term, rim protection under it.
I'm going to re-engage the alliance and step in and say,
Thank you.
This is not Jackson's term. He is using it, but you didn't invent the term.
I did not.
So to Doug's
Gosh,
argument,
I hope not.
it's not your fault.
Thank you.
That's what it's known as.
Yeah.
Take it up with big basketball.
Right. Take it up with Naismith.
Stop talking about sports!
Yeah,
Some
see?
jugs in D.C.
There we
Martin.
go.
It's
There we
just
go.
a situation that is going to be difficult to win.
Wow. So Schertz's line was, I think we're good. He said, I want to see if we're very good. And he said, these games are where we're going to start finding out. Because he said, we really haven't been tested. He said, especially in this environment.
This was you guys just texting?
No, I went and interviewed him. So we needed a segment for tonight, and they had availability yesterday. So the Dish said, hey, if you want Coach, can you come down to his radio show, which is at Ballpark Village on Monday nights with the great Bob Ramsey. So he said, if you come down at 7, grab Coach. So we went down, did about a 5-10 minute interview, and one of the lines was, he said, I think we're good, but we'll find out if we're very good. And now he also, we talked for a while after, and he said, you can't make too much out of a VCU game in January. But he said, I think our guys realize we got to show something to that it is a bit of a barometer.
I think this is a very big game.
It's a really big game because they don't have many big games on the schedule.
Right.
But I think any coach would say, okay, but you can't overstate it because then if you lose, they're like, oh, no, we're terrible. Like, you can't make it into your Super Bowl, yet it's a big-time test. He said that place is always packed. It's hostile. The Billikens have never won at VCU.
Right.
Overall series, VCU leads 17-6. It would be nice to see them play at this high level that we've seen for now a couple of months and do it against a pretty good team.
Yeah, and we've talked about how hard it's going to be for them to get in at large, but do their non-conference. So winning a team above you in the standings in the A-10 is the premium.
That's why I started with Tim. Okay, Coach, is this the biggest game of your life? And if it's not, give me the other choice. And then he had to think about it for a while. And so then he just said, this is probably the biggest game of my life.
Wow, he just gave up.
Yep. In fact, I had written it out and I handed it to him. I said,
I've got, you know what?
That's good.
There's Frank. I've got a Frank, Josh Schertz, Paul Mano story for you. They all come together like the Three Rivers. Doug, and that's the Allegheny, the Ohio.
No,
Monongahela?
Monongahela and the Allegheny form the Ohio.
All right.
Yeah.
Three Rivers Stadium. So I guess Frank does these interviews on TV at restaurants. Is that correct,
Well,
Mark?
he used to.
Okay.
Does he still do that?
Frank's Food Picks?
Yeah.
It's called Frank's Food Picks?
Was
That's what he used to do.
online or Facebook?
I used to watch every single one.
Is that right?
Because afterwards he would eat the sandwich or whatever, and you go, fantastic, and then hard cut into the next week's restaurant. It was
I
awesome.
feel like Larry Thornton did a supercut.
Friend of the program, Larry
I
Thornton.
believe former producer at KSTK Sports. I think he did a supercut of Frank's reaction.
Oh, I need that in my inbox
And it was
immediately.
I
loved it. I watched every single one of them.
So
maybe he's doing it again.
So he calls Paul Mano, friend of the program as well, owner of Paul Mano's restaurant, Doug, where you get the lamba.
I don't get the lamba.
I'd like to recommend the lobster ravioli. I like the caprese, and then the lamba, and then maybe a couple bottles of wine while you have some action on the TV at the bar. It's up to you.
Couple bottles.
Some port.
And then wash it down with port. My wife did say that. I said, I got to go see what's going on in this Miami game right quick. She goes, all right, I'm going to get some port while you're gone.
Did it come in that little glass?
Of course it would.
Get that bar kind of snuck in the back.
That's right.
A nice little, probably
Pony
about
up.
4 seats.
You better believe it. So Paul comes over and we're BSing, and he goes, I got to tell you, I said, because I was raving about how good of a guy Schertz is and how that, because it was New Year's Eve, and we had been at the Billiken St. Joe's game earlier in the day with our family. And I said, man, they are fun to watch. And Doug, take a listen to this. Kellen Thames is a bad man.
All right.
Did you see Tom Ackerman's Twitter feed, Martin, by chance?
Was
Tommy
that the
Ack-
Thames
the
dunk?
Thames dunk. And it was taken by friend of the program, Troy Robertson's son's buddy. They were courtside. Look at this picture. Have you seen this, man?
Where he's airborne, yeah.
Look at that. Isn't that and it was taken by a kid with a phone. Troy Robertson, who height shames, and I'm still litigating that. Jackson, have you seen this? Papers? Ooh, look at that. It was taken by a kid like a...
Ooh, that looks like the Jordan 87
Yes.
dunk,
I was
or
saying,
88 dunk contest
It looks
picture.
NBA-esque, but also a kid's photo is pretty damn good.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, I think it was Troy's son's buddy. Anyway, so Paul says, Frank calls me and wants to come by with Coach Schertz. And they said, of course. And Paul introduces himself, and he goes, hey, What's your favorite French fry?
Oh, no.
Girl.
And Coach Schertz goes, you're a listener to the morning show.
Oh,
gosh.
And that's how gentlemen communicate to know that they're on the down low.
Code.
Yes.
Okay.
So some people, congressmen, would do the toe tap.
That's correct. Doug, was that Senator Craig?
Get a wide base in the men's room.
Right.
And now in St. Louis, it's just so, hey,
fries?
You know, what's your favorite fry?
That's exactly right. And
It's
that
a
way,
tell.
gentlemen can speak in codes. Because otherwise, if somebody goes, boy, I'll tell you, that's a great question. I like a crinkle cut, but I don't mind a steak fry. Then at that point, you know they ain't down.
Yeah.
But you haven't revealed yourself as a listener of this program.
Right.
But as it turns out, Paul Mano and Josh Schertz were speaking the same language.
Sure they were.
And what was his favorite fry? Because I remember Robbie Avila likes Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, Robbie Avila gave it a big breakdown. He had a pretty intense. He was almost prepped for, like, in the green room. Chairman Kurt prepped him. Hey, they're going to bring up fries.
I think it's a measure of good character. When you get a question like that, that's obviously so silly in nature, but you really take your time with it.
I think my favorite part of the Avila in studio is when he admitted that his sister, his younger sister, knows that he's making some good cash these days. And she's always hitting him up, like texting him with cool things she wants to buy. Oh, yeah. And that's when he hears from her. Paul Mano also is the one when Kim and I were having dinner, we were leaving, and he said, I don't want to bother you, but what is onboarding? and that's how the evening ended.
Yeah, you immediately...
I said, well, this is going to take a while.
If you had a brother or sister in college who was suddenly making about $1 million a year, wouldn't you hit them up too?
Yes. Hey, great game last night. I missed all my threes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, I didn't watch.
Can I have a new car?
Game.
Jugs in D.C., who did not want us talking sports, is back, and he says, I will allow Illinois and Atlantic 10 hoop rock conversation. Watch out, Billiken. Here comes G-Dub. Doug, that's from Jugs, and he's in D.C.
Okay.
Watch out, Billiken. Here comes G-Dub.
Okay.
So are you now aware of G-Dub? And is that Mike Jarvis? Is he still there?
G-Dub is
Yinkadari
11-4. I see one of VCU's losses is to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt men's and women's teams are both undefeated.
Yeah,
their
really
football
good.
team
They got
is
the delightful
now
Kim Mulkey the other night.
Football team's a top 20 team. The baseball team is year in and year out one of the best in the country. What the hell is happening at Vanderbilt?
Well, these smarts are taking over, and people want to live in Nashville. A lot of ass.
Do you think it's the bachelorette parties, Doug, that are spawning these great
they go,
programs?
Wealthy alumni base.
NIL and probably football and basketball.
Wealthy alumni.
Yeah.
We're now living in a Texas Tech, Indiana, Vanderbilt sports world.
Yeah. I mean, Vanderbilt is right there at one of the top all sports programs in the SEC now.
The nerds strike back.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't that AD need his deal redone? Why don't the board of curators get together and redo his deal before he leaves? He needs a better agent. The AD at Vanderbilt needs to have reports. Now, I hear they're talking about him maybe taking that Michigan job, Doug, and that's how it starts.
Sure.
If the Billikens become fully relevant and I have to hear you guys talk about it, I'm going to walk off a pier in a winter coat.
That's from Ed Time of the Brothers Time. Martin, of course, there's Steven. This is Ed, and he's not happy with the Billiken conversation.
And he's going to walk off a pier in a winter coat?
Yeah, so it's going to immediately fill that winter coat, and it's going to make the death more painful as he sinks to the bottom.
Okay. Well,
But he would rather do that than listen to us talk about the Billikens. So
we don't have any piers around here to walk off of.
Doug, during the spoonball height of spoonball, it was like 94, 95. So you didn't have the Rams yet.
Right.
And NHL had come off a lockout.
Cardinals were struggling.
Yeah, and it was a bad era for Carter. Wasn't that like a huge story at that time? Like spoonball, like it would be a lead story.
It absolutely was, yeah. Yeah. They used to pack the arena.
Again.
The old arena was filled up. And they did it with a lot of their key players were St. Louis kids, which helped a lot, I think.
Doug, there is a lot of ass in Nashville on the weekends. The ass that actually lives there, all of them have gigantic rings on their fingers. That's from Hard Bodied.
They have rings on their fingers.
You're getting owned right now.
Charlie Marlowe AI still upset about the Miami game. I would imagine that's a reference to they're attractive, however they're married. That's my read. Am I correct?
Okay.
What do you think? Their papers?
If they talk about rings, then
Right.
yeah, I'd assume. Although it could just be like mood rings.
Oh, it could very well be, yeah. But Vanderbilt was just such a doormat, such a laughingstock for so many years in virtually every sport. It was a place where rich, smart kids went, not athletes. And people wondered, what are they doing in the SEC?
Baseball
But now here they are
excluded.
in one of the dominant programs.
Yeah. We'll see if it continues. I want to see if this trend continues over the next 5 years.
Yeah. Boy. I would think it likely would.
If depending on the legislation with college athletics, if that changes at all. Because if things are as they are now in 5 years, then yes, I agree with you.
Tell what's his name, I'll buy a nice coat for him at Lulu to wear when he walks off that pier. That's from Sharon and Clayton, still poolside in Sanibel, but wants to see Ed Time pass.
She doesn't need a coat down there, does she?
Oh.
Boy.
Larry Nickel,
nice.
I guess, is on hold, and he is a Banty rooster. Martin, I'm going to read the text.
Oh, boy.
Why is Tim guarding against doing the WWE wrestling recap? I guess Tim thinks I live in Never Neverland about not doing the WWE wrestling recap. I guess Tim doesn't read his text phone line screen about who's on hold. That's from the 618.
Hello, St. Louis.
But there's a part of me that thinks that number might be Larry Nickel. And he joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines is Larry Nickel. Larry, are you not happy with me?
Well, I call in. Every time I call in, I get left behind.
Well, sorry, we've had so much sports to get to. But we're happy that you called in today, Larry.
Thank you.
Larry, how did you celebrate the new year?
I watched the New York broadcast for the Dick Rocky New Year's Eve.
Oh, well, that was fun.
That's Ryan Seacrest. Mm-hmm. Is that a lot of filler there, you think?
Yeah.
You agree?
It could be. Could be. So what happened on the presentation? What's been going on lately? That
a lot of
missed?
diva activity last night. They covered it on SportsCenter. That's so great that SportsCenter is now covering those two guys who wear the tennis shoes and flirt with each other. They were doing WWE highlights. So good.
Doesn't it kind of lessen ESPN's credibility as a news source when they do that?
Larry?
It'd be like doing movie highlights or TV show highlights.
Movie highlights.
It would be.
Well, all depends on who does it, Doug.
Okay. Well, so what's been the hot news here lately? What's going on?
Well, last night it was the first anniversary of Monday Night Raw being on Netflix.
Yeah, how'd you celebrate that?
I didn't see it.
You haven't seen it for what, the past 4 decades, Doug?
About that, yeah, about that.
But anyway, there were 3 title matches last night.
All right.
And 2 of which crowned new champions. For instance, there was a match for the women's tag team titles where Asuka and Kairi Sane went against Rhea Ripley and Io Sky. And the winners of the match and new women's tag team champions, Rhea Ripley and Io Sky.
Wow. Okay.
The new women's tag team champion. Was that on the dossier papers? Because I think you just got owned by Larry Nickel.
And then the second of 3 title matches last night was the Women's Intercontinental Championship. Maxine Dupree against Becky Lynch. And the winner of the match and new Women's Intercontinental Champion, Becky Lynch.
The man, Doug.
Okay. She's a man?
No, that's her name.
Oh,
well,
okay.
she claims herself to be the man, but she kind of followed that tagline from 2-time WWE Hall of Famer, the Nature Boy with Flair.
Online, he calls himself a Latino man 559.
Whatever. Anyway, getting back to what I was talking about, the third of 3 title matches last night was for the World Heavyweight Championship. CM Punk defended against Braun Breaker, who is the son of WWE Hall of Famer Rick Steiner. And the winner of the match, and still your World Heavyweight Champion, CM Punk.
How about that, Doug?
How old is he? He's got to be 50-something by now, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes.
Bucket names.
Okay.
Doug, did Rick Steiner used to walk around the ring barking?
I don't know. Thought that was Bulldog Bob Brown.
Larry, he did bark?
Yes.
It's awesome.
Did the junkyard dog bark?
DeMarie Carroll?
No.
He did not bark. Okay, I know there's been a few dogs come through there.
There was a text earlier. All it said was, please no. Larry, somebody just said they're out of bleach.
Yeah, and I am watching Fox 2 News, by the way, in the background.
Marty, there you go. That is allowed because when he's watching like Storage Wars, I'm annoyed. But when it's the 2 Fox, that is allowed. He is multitasking, Tim, is what we call it. And I don't know if you know this, Larry, but Brody's going to be here in a little bit, and he'll probably want to talk wrestling as well. But thank you for giving us a little preview because now I've got some more knowledge to work with.
Thank you, Martin.
Larry, you don't happen to have the top 5 countries in the world for your first ranking in the first week of 2026?
Yes, I do, Tim. Thanks for asking. Number 5, Guatemala.
Well, kind of figured there'd be 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's been a big year for Guatemala.
They're probably on edge.
Number 4, Argentina.
Okay.
Argentina.
Again,
circle.
Again, we're in a region there on edge.
Number 3, Italy.
Okay.
Italy?
Yeah.
Number 2, Canada.
Okay.
And number 1, United States of America.
How about that?
Yes.
It's a nice little list. Tidy little list.
Freebird? Is that from that concert at the Oakland Coliseum? Was that 70?
Gosh, I don't know.
It was just like 3 months before the crash. Am I right on that?
Just a little patriotic interlude here.
Hey, man.
Wow.
Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
There he is, the best in the business. Larry Nickel with us here. He wasn't happy that he was not immediately put on the air, and for that I apologize. But Guatemala at 5.
What have they done here lately? Anything?
Jackson?
I had a friend from Guatemala as a kid. Good guy.
No, oatmeal?
No, his name was Adam.
Well, we get him as a surprise guest.
Adam from Guatemala?
Yeah.
That would be a great surprise guest.
Yeah, good dude.
What do you remember about Papers?
Shout out to Adam.
Oh, sorry, we're going to let you go because Miss Eddie is online, too.
Miss Eddie, a double surprise guest.
Well, in all honesty, Miss Eddie, so you were 5, Tim.
5.
So this is 40-plus years ago.
Yep.
She's maybe 40 at the time. That's the key here.
You know, it's weird when you look at people in their 40s, like in the 1970s or 80s.
Yeah.
It's a different deal.
You thought she was 100.
Absolutely. And now you look at like Alexis Fox or, Brandy Love, and you go, well, these 40s, it's all the rage.
Right. Doug, you agree with that, right?
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing one of my old high school basketball coaches who I thought, when I was in high school, I thought this guy must be 50 years old. When I was 50, I saw him at a furniture store, and he looked the same age as me. I said, what the hell? He was probably 25 when he was coaching us.
Yeah. You just got to thank Dr. Nyack. All right, we got Ed and Brody coming in, and Brody's going to be bringing heat because he's going to respond
awkward
to Larry Nickel. Email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That's coming your way at 9:45. Carlos Spicy Winner got the first win in this historic month of someone winning a $10,000 HVAC system. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. 36 sent in yesterday. 9 got through. Who will get through today? Who will get our votes? Who will get the second point in the month of January? It's TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tomorrow evening as they take on the Chicago Blackhawks. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 7:30, puck drop at 8:30. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Why didn't you go with, like, some Can You Stand the Rain?
Next segment. No, Mike.
Okay.
You don't have a mic.
Oh, that's right. Where's the grease board, pal?
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson doesn't have a mic because Brody Herman, Ed Herman's son, Ed of Brown and Crouppen, is in studio with us here as we start the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Good morning, Brody.
Good morning, guys. How are you fine gentlemen doing this morning?
Wonderful. How are you doing, man?
Wonderful.
Here we go.
So excited.
Here we go.
Absolutely. So excited. Of course, Brown and Crouppen has a raffle this month, as they do every month. So many great giveaways. But this month, it is for hockey tickets, the Blues against the Capitals. That'll be March 24th. It is going to be on the glass. It's going to be unlike a hockey experience you've ever experienced. On the glass, all the food you could possibly want. You'll get to see the leading goal scorer of all time in the history of the National Hockey League, Alex Ovechkin, out there on the ice, hopefully. The St. Louis Blues versus the Capitals, March 24th. It is the Brown and Crouppen hockey raffle. Go to @GetBC on Instagram to find out more details. Enter in, and hopefully you can win yourself a pair of hockey tickets for the St. Louis Blues versus the Washington Capitals to watch.
What was that again?
Ovechkin.
@BC what?
Doug likes to sit on the glass.
@GetBC, that's right.
@GetBC.
That's right. @GetBC on Instagram, and more details are going to be there about this upcoming raffle. I'm looking forward to it. Experience hockey like you've never experienced it before, right on the glass. It is an absolute treat. I love seeing hockey live and in person, despite the Blues struggles, and maybe by then the Blues will be completely out of it, but you'll get to see Alex Ovechkin.
Don't oversell it. Don't oversell it.
You don't think the Blues will be out of it by March?
Come on. I hope they will. I hope they won't. I hope they won't. I swear to God. I hope they won't. I hope they won't.
So on the glass.
On the glass. That's right, Martin. It's going to be right on the glass. You get all the food. You get that wristband. You get to go into that Blue Note Lounge and go to that buffet and get yourself some incredible food.
Doug, you like a meat carving station?
Wonderful experience. Oh, yeah, that's right, Tim. That old carving station going in there. It's going to be an absolute blast for you and someone else to get yourself a pair of Blues tickets against the Washington Capitals March 24th. They'll be 7 o'clock p.m. at the Enterprise Center. I'm looking forward to it.
Caruso will probably be sitting over in the corner pretending to work.
My fellow CBC brother, and love you, Mike.
That's right. How about that?
@GetBC.
Doug is determined.
He's ready.
I'm going to enter. Yeah.
Maybe the last time he's ever going to see Alex Ovechkin.
It could be, yes.
I mean, Alex Ovechkin's on Mount Rushmore of hockey goal scorers. He's got more goals than Gretzky.
He does.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Still, it's hard to believe. We know it, but it's still hard to believe. All right, what about the college football playoff? We're down to the Final Four.
Absolutely.
Who is that to win?
Oh, that is a excellent question. I believe Indiana in my heart is going to win. They've shown me a lot. They've beaten Alabama. Kurt Sidnetti's one of the best coaches in all of college football. He wins. Just Google him. He has lost only 3 games in the past 2 seasons. He's done a phenomenal job with the Hoosiers. I think Fernando Mendoza, being the Heisman Trophy candidate, he's really galvanized that team. He's probably going to be one of the top overall picks in the NFL draft. I really believe that the Indiana Hoosiers are going to win a national championship. They're going to show the world why they are who they really are and really establish themselves possibly as a football school. I know that'll take years and years, but what Kurt Sidnetti has done, he's made them more relevant in football than he's done even basketball. I mean, that's unbelievable. But, I can't sleep on Ole Miss because they've got something to prove, because Lane Kiffin jumped ship to go to Baton Rouge, and, they've got a lot to prove over there. Trinidad Chambliss announcing that he's staying another year at Ole Miss. So it looks to be that Ole Miss is going up against Miami. I can't sleep on Miami. They got some impressive players. Reuben Bain, who's probably going to be a top pick there. You got Carson Beck. You got a 17-year-old wide receiver, true freshman Malachi Toney. They've got a lot going on there in Miami. Mario Cristobal's squad is nothing to be slept on. But, I think Ole Miss got a lot to prove. I think Ole Miss could squeak one out and beat Miami. That SEC battle-tested schedule that they've been through. They just beat Georgia. They've got the momentum on their side. They've got something to prove. And on the Ole Miss side of the equation, and Indiana's got something to prove on themselves, to prove that they really are a college football team for the future, not just the past, but they've never been much in the past because they haven't been relevant since 1967. So now, as being in the present, not just a team in the present, but a team in the future, Cignetti is building something incredible there. I can't believe it. I'm going with the final being Indiana and Ole Miss. I think both of those teams are going to be very interesting. Who would have thought that Ole Miss would have been the final of the college football playoff? Lane Kiffin certainly did it, because if he did, he may not have been so ready to jump ship to go to LSU, but that's where we are in college football these days. Everybody's jumping ship to go into different schools. Mario Cristobal leaves Oregon and jumps ship to go to Miami. However, Oregon's still in as they're taking on Indiana. Of course, Oregon's got native St. Louis and Jeremiah McClellan and their wide receiver core. A lot of native St. Louisans on Oregon's team. Defensive line, Tion Gray as well. De'Aaron Hill in the backfield. He's an up-and-coming true freshman running back. Of course, Dan Lanning not afraid to recruit his home state of Missouri. One of Mizzou's biggest recruiting rivals now is the Oregon Ducks. So there's a lot going in here, but I do think it'll be Indiana and Ole Miss going toe-to-toe as they'll face off against each other in the college football playoff final.
Oh, Doug, Big Ten SEC showdown on the 19th. Hello again, everybody.
It'd be quite a story if Ole Miss wins and Lane Kiffin left to go to LSU, where he thought he might have a better chance of winning the national championship, and the team he left could win the national championship.
Absolutely. And, of course, for Mizzou fans, there's good news. Good news, Robert Woodard is probably going to be a Missouri Tiger. The linebacker last year, he was at Auburn. PFF graded him to be a first-team All-SEC player, had an incredible amount of tackles for the Auburn Tigers. He is the instant replacement for Josiah Trotter. He's going to be paired alongside Nicholas Rodriguez. Mizzou continuously active in the transfer portal, looking for replacements, trying to supplement the roster. Of course, they added a quarterback, Ole Miss, who played at Ole Miss the previous 2 years, Austin Simmons.
Yeah, just signed this morning. It's official now.
He just signed this morning. It's official. Austin Simmons, a Missouri Tiger. This kid, he's had a crazy story. Reminds me a lot of a quarterback out of USC. Do you guys remember a guy named Todd Marinovich?
Todd Marinovich, Doug.
You know, he's got a 30 for 30.
Yeah, he had the overbearing sports dad, did he not?
Well, I would, yeah, he
that's
did.
a guy on our Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
That's right, of course. And I'll tell you guys, Austin Simmons, he only played 2 years of varsity high school football in Florida. That's all Lane Kiffin needed to say, you know what? Come on, Ole Miss. He committed and played both football and baseball for a period of time at Ole Miss, but don't worry, Mizzou fans, he's not going to probably play baseball here. He's focused on football. 6 feet 4 inches tall, has got a rocket of an arm. A left arm.
Lefty.
That's right, Doug, like Tua Tagovailoa. A left arm. And hopefully, I know Drink likes to go for potential over production in the transfer portal, particularly for quarterback, and that bothers some fans. And I'm not saying Mizzou's not going to go in the portal to look for another quarterback. Maybe not as high profile as Simmons, maybe not as 7-figure as Simmons, but get another quarterback added to the quarterback room. But if he gets that position right, he's got a lot to look forward to, and I think Mizzou can improve upon this past season if quarterback play improves. And I think they're not stopping. You know, they got a wide receiver from Cincinnati, Caleb Goody. They've got a corner from Oregon, Jaleel, coming in, who got some significant starts for the Oregon Ducks, and then he's got that injury. They had a cornerback, Brendan Finney, a true freshman, who was just the MVP of this past college football playoff game, kind of taking his spot in that secondary. And you know, Drink, he kind of relies on that portal to try to enhance his secondary, as he does pretty much every year, because he got Stephen Hall from Washington State, he got Toriano Pride from Clemson, Trey Norwood from Texas A&M. So he's trying to enhance that secondary. You know, that gets depleted every year, so he's going to the portal for that. He's going to the portal for everything. Let's be honest here. He's trying to improve in all areas because they lost 2 wide receivers. Everybody knows Marquise Davis ended up being at Louisville, and Marquise Johnson, who is a wide receiver, ends up at Mississippi State. You got Josh Manning in the portal. The only true wide receiver you have returning that got any significant snaps last year is Donovan Olubade, and you know, you can't really bank on Devion Hill-Lomax to be a contributor as a true freshman. So Drink is going to need that receiver core. It's not almost as, I don't want to say as vital as quarterback, but as a position they have to get right is wide receiver coming out of the transfer portal, and then all of the offensive line is a position you almost have to improve on, because that's what you have to do every year. You have to always make sure that offensive line is perfectly in pat, because let's be honest here, Mizzou's got one of the best backfields returning. Jamal Roberts, Ahmad Hardy. I can't say both of them are coming back yet. The portal is still open until January 16th. It's like a 15-day fire sale. You don't know what's going to happen. You got all these things going, things flying across you, and you have no idea who's in the portal and who's not. You just know what your roster is going to be by August 1st. That's where we are in college sports right now, particularly college football. But that's where we are everywhere.
I'd like to point out, folks, None of this is written down. This man has that knowledge. He is able to spit those takes just off the top of his head. It is impressive to watch.
Do you think Drinkwitz was really considered for jobs at Penn State, LSU, and Auburn? Or
not a chance. But I love him. He's got a great agent. He's got a great agent. Doug, I'm telling you, get his name right out there. Get that old contract extension. I'm telling you what. I don't think he was, heavily considered. His name may be brought up, maybe in meetings, but I don't think it was heavily considered. I think schools went in other directions. But I think you got those agents that just, dangle your name like a carrot out there in those newspapers, and he's got an incredible extension. He's got an incredible extension that's going to keep him here at Mizzou. It's seeming to be a very long time because, he is the CEO of the program. He is the main, he's at the head of the snake of this Mizzou program, and he really is a vital and important figure in really the recruiting and the overall landscape. He basically serves as the program general manager. I mean, with all that goes on these days, being a college football coach, it's not really just X's and O's now. Now you got to go to boosters and donors and ask for money, and you got to be out there heading up so many departments. It's really run like a pro sports team, but that's what all college sports has become. It's become a professional sports league. That's what it's really become. I mean,
You're exasperated by it.
Oh, I mean, it's gone.
It's got you sideways.
Oh, golly. Well, listen, I mean, they're getting paid. They should be getting paid. They're getting millions of dollars. They're happy they're fit as a fiddle. I mean, come on. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind of where college football is going, but it's a drink. I don't think he was heavily considered, and I think he's going to be at Mizzou for a while, and seeming to be Dennis. It's like they're competing against each other. See who has the better recruiting class. Dennis has a heck of a recruiting class coming in. We'll see how that pans out. You've got three guys. Jason Crow, he's going to Inglewood. He's from Inglewood, California. Inglewood High School's where Paul Pierce went. He's coming in. He headlines the class. Aiden Chronister coming from Arkansas. His parents are both Arkansas Razorbacks, but he has decided to go to Mizzou. That's a big win for Dennis Gates. And you've got another player, Tony Bryant from this Villas Christian Academy in Tampa Bay, Florida. He is going to be kind of a power forward type, 6 feet 9 inches tall. Chronister, 6 feet 7 inch, small forward. And then you got Jason Crow guard. What would be great if Mizzou had Jason Crow this year? Because I think Mark Mitchell is an excellent Robin, but he's not a suitable Batman. And that's tough.
Doug, you love that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, he's not a Batman. He's not the Cape Crusader. He's not a number one option. Now, I know he was a McDonald's All-American in high school. I know he went and committed to Duke, and he was a 5-star, and he was supposed to be one and done, and all these things were true. However, as we could clearly see that, maybe he was a little under his billing. He hasn't lived up to entirely, and he may go to the G League. Listen, to get a two-way deal. I'm not saying he's not an NBA guy, and I'm not trying to disparage this young man, but he's not a Batman for this team. And you know what Dennis Gates' ride reminds me of? It's like Six Flags, up and down. We're going to have a good year, then we're going to have a bad year, then we're going to have a good year, then we're going to have a bad year. It's just the exasperating roller coaster going up and down and up and down. And Mizzou fans, it's going to be a bumpy one. It's the ultimate thrill ride. That's how I would describe Dennis Gates' tenure. Six Flags, ultimate thrill ride, but hopefully next year, as you can clearly see, is how his entire first 4-year tenure is gone. It's going to be that they make the tournament in 2027, but maybe they fall short in 2026. But in 2027, this recruiting class, Jason Crow, one and done. That's all he anticipates of being in Mizzou for 1 year. It's nothing less. This kid is motivated, but coming from a historic program like Inglewood, California, that's produced great talent, like Paul Pierce, Hall of Fame talent. I'm looking forward to see what Mizzou has in 2027 for college basketball. But how about those Billikens? Oh my goodness me, Josh Schertz's team. I feel like they've got a lot more depth this season.
Do they have a Batman?
Do they have? You know what? I think Avila has become the Batman. He's like a coach on the court. He's really. He's very knowledgeable, this young man, about the game of basketball. He's a native of Chicago. He's the center. Josh Schertz has brought him in from Indiana. He's really the coach out there on the floor. They've got some incredible additions from the transfer portal. Trey Green from Xavier, Deion Brown from Boston College, Isaiah Sharma from Virginia. They've got a lot of guys now. They have a lot more depth, I think, this Billiken team has. Kellen Thames is healthy. And for those who don't know, Kelly Thames, his father, was an incredible basketball player at Mizzou. He graduated from Jennings back in 1993. He was a heck of a player at Mizzou. Not only the knee injury kind of derailed that, he was his head coach at Pattonville, but Kellen Thames, native St. Louis and from Pattonville, back on the court. Amari McCautry has improved, is now as a true sophomore. The Billikens are on a path. They could win the Atlantic 10. They could win the conference tournament of the Atlantic 10. They can make the tournament. They become a story. I can't believe it. I'm saying this. The Billikens might be the best team in St. Louis going right now. And that's a lot to say because the Blues aren't looking the greatest. The Cardinals are just rebuilding and retooling by just trading everybody to a team in Boston. But my goodness me, there's a lot going on right now. And the Billikens, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and for St. Louis sports fans, we don't have a lot of lights at the end of the tunnel, folks. We really don't. We don't have a lot going on right now. The Blues, they've got a lot of issues. I mean, that defense, my goodness me, did anybody see that game against the Avalanche? Ouch. Oh, God. That'll humble you real quick.
All right, Brody,
Brody,
I got something for you.
Sure.
This Saturday in Highland, Illinois, big basketball tournament. Jason Crow, the Mizzou recruit, is going to be here from Inglewood playing Scotty Atkinson, the kid at Webster. It's also a Mizzou recruit. So you Mizzou fans, papers, you may want to go to this, the little scouting report. Jason Crow, the kid you're talking about, going to be in Highland, Illinois on Saturday.
Been at the Highland Shootout many times. Matt Powers does a phenomenal job with that event every
You know everything about
year.
that, too.
Yeah, every single year. Matt Powers does a great job with the Highland Shootout. It's going to be the Highland Community High School Gym. It's got lots of fun. All the top teams in St. Louis compete in it. It's a shootout. It's a one-day event. So many games. You go in there. It is an incredible event. I'm telling you, it is this Saturday, Martin. You're absolutely right. You got Chaminade there. You've got DeSmet there. You got Webster Groves there.
East St. Louis is playing Principia.
East St. Louis, you're right. Principia, one of the top high school teams in the area as well. Jay Blossom has done a great job turning that program around. East St. Louis, they've got a bunch of transfers there now. Jahadi White's two sons, Jahadi White Jr. and Jamison White. Devin Houston, who was CBC's leading scorer last year, is now an East St. Louis Flyer. Alex Johnson from Althoff Catholic is now at East St. Louis. So East St. Louis definitely has a loaded roster under Mark Chambers' squad, and I'm looking forward to the Highland Shootout. What a great event. What a lot of great shootouts in St. Louis we have every year. Bank of O'Fallon Shootout, the Quincy Shootout, the Highland Shootout. There's all these shootouts, all these teams from out of town coming in. You get to watch it. It is an absolute treat, and you're absolutely right, Martin. Scotty Atkinson out of Webster Groves. What Justin Mathis has done with that team over there, they've got Scotty Atkinson. They got a transfer in from CBC, Bryce Million. They got a transfer in from Lutheran St. Charles, Jaden Woods. They have an absolute loaded roster, and they're going to go up against, Jason Crow in Inglewood, California. So it's kind of an early preview of two future teammates. Well, that's probably not true because Crow's going to go straight to the NBA. So this is the only time you're ever going to see these two face each other. What is such a unique matchup you got going on here? So much going on around St. Louis, and I'm excited for that event. Of course, Scotty Atkinson committed to Mizzou, and he's part of Webster Groves' 2027 class. I say that, not 2026. He's 2027, the top 2027 player in the area for St. Louis. He's going. This is an impressive young man. I love watching Scotty play. He is an unbelievable combo guard. I literally love watching this young man play. Justin Mathis, he's got such a great mind. I just love it. Majored in mathematics at St. Louis University in college. He's got an incredible analytical mind, and I really think he's turned that around despite, Blossom now being at Principia. Webster Groves has been able to stay strong. I'm absolutely a fan of it.
How about that? Brody, bring in the heat.
Gosh.
Brody Harmon.
Doug, I mean, have you ever gotten more knowledge in a shorter period of time? Brody, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you for coming in and dropping knowledge. That's Brody Herman, Ed Herman's son. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. We'll take a break, come back with more here on 101 ESPN. Bug, you wanted Can You Stand the Rain? You got it.
I did, yeah. Thank you.
It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on the presentation. And we welcome you to call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. And if you do not have a text inbox name, you can request one from Jackson today through Friday, but then on Friday at 11 o'clock, you're done until the month of February. And then Jackson heads down to Florida with us for spring training. And will you update text names in spring training, Jackson?
No.
No,
can't
do it.
Be busy. Not while you're tanning.
Be busy.
Are you going to bronze?
No, that's a futile effort, especially for just a week. I'd have to basically live outside. And even then,
with your Nancy Drew books, you just sit out back in a little cabana.
That'd be. I hope we get a similar situation. I really.
Well, Martin's not staying with you this time.
Are you bringing your wife?
Why? She's going to be coming now. We got to. We got to fit off.
Martin just took a hit.
No, wow,
this guy?
No.
You're out of line.
Here's
you
the deal,
leave
honey.
the wives and the children out of it.
That's not a commentary on your lovely wife.
You want me staying with you, taking your
boys
Adderall.
trip.
Boys
taking
trip.
your Adderall.
All right, honey, here's the deal. You can stay with the fellas. Just go easy on Jackson's Advil bottle because there's a lot of stuff
The
in
funniest thing is when you had all your underwear locked in the dryer and you almost ripped the dryer right out of the wall because it was all stuck in there.
Me and technology don't mix.
So funny.
Couldn't open the dryer.
Yeah. Yeah, I've really, that was my first spring training, and I really enjoyed it.
Well, God bless America.
And you got an award from Brian Bartow for being Johnny Appleseed for all your hard work in the clubhouse.
We'll step it up.
You're going to step it up this year.
Brendan Donovan owes us an interview.
Yeah, it could be a problem.
Jordan Walker owes us an interview.
Yeah.
He'll be there.
Yeah.
You think Donovan will be there?
No.
Do you think Walker will remember he owes us?
No.
Why don't you go with that line? Hey, Jordan, how are you, man? Jackson, with the show in St. Louis, pretty sure you owe us.
Yeah.
That always goes well.
Jackson, you're getting name requests in there, but I think some might be violations of the federal communications standards,
right,
so you'll have to be
First one
careful.
I see is a no-go.
There you go. 314-399-9646. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the Stiefel dossier at 9:45. We're doing it at 9:45 in the month of January because Seth Goldcamp is giving away a $10,000 HVAC system for the prize for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. So whoever wins the most will get that $10,000 HVAC system. Jim Bowden on MLB players, which of course is factoring into the offseason and a lack of activity at this point, the potential work stoppage next year, realizing that athletes in other sports receive more revenue sharing money than they do, and that can be fixed with a salary form.
Your last issue, I believe, 100% has a lot to do with some of the factors that we're seeing this offseason. And that is the realization of all 30 teams that we're going to have a floor in the next negotiations of a CBA. We're going to have a floor. I believe we're going to have a cap, too. I think we're going to have a range. It's not going to ever be equal. The big markets are always going to have more money. But I think the players clearly understand that the other sports are getting more revenue than the baseball teams are. The NFL and NBA players are getting more of a share than baseball players are. That's not right. The players at the very least should be getting 50% of the revenues, and they're not right now. And so one of the ways you have to fix it, you got to have a floor. You got to make Miami and Pittsburgh, and you got to make these teams spend. And you don't want to be in a position where you have to spend all at once. All of a sudden you get a new CBA and you got to spend at once. So you might as well the year prior start to spend a little bit. Let the Marlins spend $13 million on Fairbanks. Let the Pirates spend a little money on Lau and O'Hearn and start to get that up a little bit now instead of waiting. And at the same time, some of the big market teams that haven't spent a lot of money, some of them, some have, but some haven't. Some of those teams don't want to be a runaway train right now, not knowing what this next CBA is going to look like.
Jim Bowden.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. They're gonna have to do something to fix it. And if you're an owner that just can't afford to keep up with the spending, then sell the team because there's plenty of other billionaires out there who will do it.
Well, my hope is that he's hearing that they're sort of strategizing this way, or that both sides realize it's inevitable. And it's not just this is what he would do. Like, this is how he sees it. I'm hoping that that's sort of like a little bit of intel, too, that the players and owners never agree on anything in baseball.
Right.
But hopefully they see this, and maybe there is some metric where the cap goes up in certain markets, and there's a percentage of revenues versus a hard number for every single team. Because I don't think you can put a number that the Dodgers are going to agree with for the cap, that the Pirates are going to agree with. You know, I think you have to have some sort of built-in metric there based on revenue.
And you have to wonder if the players will ever go with any kind of a salary cap at the top, if they'll ever do that without missing a whole season or two.
I think that's the direction the owners are going to attempt to take it following the 2026 season. Now, who will blink? That will determine whether or not it gets put into the system. The amount of money the MLB, NFL, and NBA players make in general is appalling. That's from DJ Pattycakes in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
It is a lot. And one issue I think that the players face is that the leading voices for the players tend to be the best players who are making millions. Remember when Bryce Harper stood up to the commissioner and said, get out of this locker room if you start talking about a salary cap.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that will have the loudest voices. It won't be the 21st and 25th players on the roster just struggling to hang on, who are happy to be there even though they're making $700,000 or $800,000. Seems like a lot, but it isn't for a baseball player. So will the opinion leaders of the sport have the loudest voices when it comes to what direction the players will take this? And they probably will.
Guys, no deal will ever get done if Tony Clark is still there. That's from Cream, from the 618. I'm good to miss a season for MLB instituting a minimum and maximum cap. That's from the 618.
Mm-hmm. I think any reasonable mind would come to the conclusion that we need a cap and we need a floor. It's not an outrageous ask or demand for either side, I wouldn't think. So hopefully cooler heads can come together and figure that out.
Cap the owner's profits, and then you can lower the cost of tickets and maybe fill more stadiums, too. That's from the prostatist.
Well, I've heard that year to year, the owners don't make a whole lot of profit. Their expenses are outrageous with running stadiums and organizations that have hundreds of employees and payrolls that are hundreds of millions of dollars. The owners make their money when they sell the teams, for the most part. I'm sure some teams do pretty well, but a lot of them don't make a whole lot of money year to year. So just capping the owners' profits year to year, I don't think solves anything.
The economy sucks, and people can't afford the rising costs of going to games. That's from Evil Calvin.
Yeah, that's true, too.
I doubt there's any sport that's saying, all right, how do we lower prices? It'd be nice,
yeah,
but I doubt any team is sitting there saying, okay, how can we take our ticket prices and go down?
One of the best tricks they do is making the concessions all cheap and ticket prices go up just a little bit.
Arthur Blank?
And people are like, oh, my God, we can go to the Falcons game and pay $2 for a hot dog, but you're also paying about $20 more for the ticket. So where do you come out there?
There is a phenomenon where fans, and I get it, you know, that nobody likes the rich guy. But if a team owner, it doesn't matter if it's the Cardinals or just name any team, and you say at the end of the year, wow, that team made $60 million in profit. And everybody's like, oh, gross, whatever. But the third baseman can make $30 million and hit .210, and nobody cares. You know, isn't that a weird mindset?
Yeah. And the owner's taking all the risk, too.
But baseball, I just think at this time, can you really, I mean, football has just kicked the snot, both college. Did you see the ratings on college football?
23 million.
My goodness.
Yeah. The Rose Bowl had 24 million viewers. The Cotton Bowl had 19. The Sugar Bowl had 19 million. The Orange Bowl had 16 million. Even the lesser bowls, like the Mizzou Bowl, all had millions of viewers. And so that's where the money is. And that's why these bowls will probably continue. But if you're baseball, you better look around and say, man, the NBA is pretty strong. The NFL and now college football has really emerged as a major player. Because we always talk about the big four. College football is kind of like...
College football is another world now.
4A or whatever.
The game between Indiana and Alabama, Martin, 23.9 million viewers. You got to give some context because just given the number fails to deliver just how impressive it is. Number one, it's up 13% from last year, and it also was higher than the 22.1 million who watched the championship game between Ohio State and Notre Dame. And then I saw Jackson, and I know that the NBA is near and dear to your heart, that it was higher than Game 7 of the NBA Finals, which was one of the highest.
Sounds about right.
Highest rated NBA games in 6 years.
Football dominates this country's viewership more than anything.
Why do you think college football's had this spike just in the last couple of years?
A lot of media talks about college football because of the ever-changing landscape, and football is king. Football in America is always going to be king, and the college game has risen to the occasion in terms of product on the field.
I know. I just wonder why now these ratings are outrageous. Where were they last year?
I think the playoff is a hit, even though there's things you could critique and change, and more home games, that kind of stuff. But I think coming off of last year, everybody loved that format for the first time. And I think the playoff format is a hit. It was what was always missing.
I'll tell you this. I think that if they were able to get more games on campus, that it would get even better, because then the atmosphere that is translated over television would look even more impressive. And I think that is a part of it. I think for example, I'm watching that Steelers-Ravens game on Sunday night. Huge game, one of the biggest games in the regular season, the NFL all year. And while it's an incredible atmosphere, it still isn't up there with a game that could be taking place in the first month of the season in college football, much less other NFL games. That Texans-Colts game was on locally in St. Louis. It meant little to the Texans. The Colts are already done. I know Henshin's hoping they get an at-large bid, but they're most likely done if they don't get that at-large bid. And the Texans had to rely on the Titans to beat the Jaguars for any hope that they had. That didn't quite work out for Tennessee. And so the building is essentially 60% full. That's just not the way that it works for the most part. There are exceptions, but for the most part in college football, especially in the bigger conferences.
So 18 million watched Ravens-Steelers Sunday night. So the Rose Bowl just kicked the snot even out of that game.
Yeah.
Granted, New Year's Day is a traditional sit at home, turn on the TV. This is all in spite of the fact you didn't see the sunset at the Rose Bowl, yet they still got 24 million viewers.
Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville says football is for the dumbs and fats. At my high school, football was for everyone that wasn't good at any other sport. That's from Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville.
It's for the dumbs and the fats?
Well, then
that's most of America. That could explain why the ratings are so high.
Your personal experience should shade your generalization of a single topic.
I always felt
your personal experience should shade your
generalization, your general thoughts about something.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't have a good experience with it, therefore it sucks.
Yeah.
I always thought the best athletes that you would, years later, football, basketball, baseball, what'd you do? It could be a third baseman in the major league. Well, I played quarterback. Guy on the basketball team. Oh, yeah, I was a wide receiver.
Yeah. Lars Newpark, quarterback.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the athletes played football, not just the dumbs.
I would say to the question of why it's become more popular, Doug, in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, we received a bunch of texts immediately that said the expansion of gambling, and football is one of the best sports to gamble on.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a huge factor. And having more teams in the playoffs involve larger portions of the population.
Bigger games, yeah.
The rise of college football started with the 4-team playoff and has continued to grow each year. My wife has gone from who cares to a huge ESPN game day and college football fanatic over the last 5-6 years. That's from Ali Doesn't Know. I could actually, that's where I am as well. We've booked a hotel for every Missouri home game this coming year. We're going to skip the Arkansas Pine Bluff game.
No.
You're not a true son.
Yeah, but and then planning on going to Oxford and Athens as well. And part of it is, having gone to school there for both me and my wife, but also just enjoying it. I mean, usually, for the most part, at least in the first 2 months of the season, the weather's great. You're hanging out with people, you're friends with, and you're having some drinks and then enjoying football. It's a day-long thing. It's relatively close for most people.
And I think locally, this is certainly different than the big picture question, but locally, being a part of the SEC takes it to another level. I mean, thank God they're not in the Big 12.
And not being a part of the NFL anymore makes Missouri more attractive.
I think so. And keep an eye on this on the other side of the state where they've had, the dynasty that may be coming to an end, who knows? But either way, there's certainly some tension over the fact that the Chiefs would be moving to Kansas in a few years. If the Chiefs experience some form of a recession, and if there actually is ill will by them moving to Kansas to the point that people are pissed and don't want to be as passionate about them anymore, and I don't know how that will actually play out, but that could benefit college football in Missouri as well, because now you have the other side of the state investing in it.
I wouldn't think that Missouri living Chiefs fans will sour on the Chiefs.
Well, I would say that if the Chiefs aren't what they've been, then...
Yeah, that'll have a bigger effect on moving to Kansas. If the Cardinals moved to Edwardsville, I think most people here would still be Cardinal fans.
I like to watch to see Sam Horn not start for Mizzou so I can come on here and make fun of anyone who thought that he would. That's from the sheepy reporter who's not happy with the Warson Woods Wackos report, I guess.
He's a sheepy reporter.
You lay it on me, Gabe.
After that dumb text, the 618 has cut Caseyville from our roster. That's from the 618 who was not happy with the salty bald dad from Caseyville saying that football is for the dumbs and the fats at his high school. Hey, Tim, 2 questions. The first, where are you staying in Oxford? There's no hotels other than a couple of Roach motels. Are you doing an Airbnb? Or are you staying much further north? The second, more important question comes from listening to the Best Of segment over the holidays. Did Jackson ever finish watching Hunting Wives? That show was so damn good. He and his commentary of how bad it was because he's scared of lesbianism had me laughing.
Scared of it.
It frightens you.
Yeah, so scared of it. No, I couldn't finish it.
And you couldn't finish The Girl Next Door with Alicia Cuthbert?
That wasn't because I didn't like it. That was a timing thing, and I never returned back to it. The Hunting Wives, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I get enough of that with Landman. It's either Landman or Hunting Wives.
So last night, my wife and I are watching Landman, and it's I'm in awe of like how bad the scenes are with Allie Larder and the girl who's 31 but plays a high school character.
Yes.
I mean, it's phenomenal. Yeah. And I said to my wife, I said, man, we enjoyed season 1. Now, don't get me wrong. I enjoy looking at them. That's fun.
Yeah.
But I mean, at a point,
Right. I mean, it's a total drama. And then they slice in like an 80s sitcom in the middle of it. And then they have poor Sam Elliott just sad and horny.
So I poor Sam Elliott is just sad and horny. That's the title of the segment, I believe. And I said to my wife, I said, when is the last time that we watched a show that was so dumb, but we watched the whole thing? And she goes, are you serious? And she goes, remember what I watched for your birthday? And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, did she watch Where the Boys Aren't for my birthday? And I blacked out.
What thing?
Thank you very much. Who has it? I don't know. Somebody stole it from my house.
Yeah.
And she goes, that Hunting Wives thing.
Yeah, it's one
so Jackson, Doug, he does a podcast called Movie Boy. This is also
and we've
television.
all been guests on that show?
Yep. I've been...
Yeah, Tim was on for Hunting Wives.
But I got cut by Ray for the Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Doug is on. Doug has been on.
You've been on Movie Boy?
Yeah, we talked about girls too.
Whoa.
We need to do a Wes Anderson. Episode.
Well, I'll see if I'm available. When did Doug do it? I knew about Tim, but I didn't know
whenever he watched Grown Ups 2 and loved it, so I gave him a platform to share his love for the
my goodness,
work
that was a horrible movie.
Adam Sandler.
When I was on vacation over the summer, I was podcasting, driving to the airport, and listening to Doug's anger over Grown Ups 2 made me giggle like a schoolgirl.
It was great. It was one of my favorite episodes of the pod.
I couldn't shake it.
It was one of my favorite episodes.
6 months later, you're still...
I couldn't stop watching because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. All these first-rate comedians in just the worst movie ever written.
I feel like I got to watch it now just to get a...
Oh, don't do it to yourself.
Has anyone seen the Chevy Chase documentary?
I really want to. I mean, I'm very much looking forward to it.
Was there a clip of this? Didn't you send out
we got an audio? We got fun with audio from Chevy Chase?
I thought you had a story about him.
A link, yeah.
A link. Okay, it was not audio. About him being rude with the interviewer?
Yeah, there is a clip of that. I guess I could find it.
Okay. Because apparently, and we've talked about Chevy Chase before, getting sideways with people, or historically saying he was difficult on the set. apparently he gets into it with the interviewer.
We watched it a few nights ago. It's it would fall into the category of recommended viewing.
What's the format? What's the show?
It's like a 30 for 30 on Chevy Chase's career.
Okay.
I mean, from his inception. Did you know that he was a drummer for Steely Dan?
Yeah.
You knew that?
Yeah.
You guys all knew that?
It actually came up. I think it might have been the week you were out, or one of those days right around
that's
Christmas.
right. Yeah,
because somebody brought it up.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I don't remember how it came up, but it did.
Right.
I think Chris Pelican texted me.
Right.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, we actually had this very.
And like in a crazy way, it was the right career decision.
Yes.
To leave Steely Dan.
He's had a fantastic, charmed career. What's he have to be so angry about?
The last 30 years.
Oh! where he spends the millions he made in the first 20 years of his career?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying he's like a bad person. I don't know him. But I'm saying like after Christmas Vacation wasn't great. And then he was on Community where he left kind of in disgrace.
Christmas Vacation wasn't great?
No, Christmas Vacation was awesome. Community, the show he was on.
Yeah.
That's what I said. And it's like he was kind of left that because he was not very kind to some of his co-stars, and it's like he's just always had a reputation of being.
Doug, you got Sideways with Joel McHale and Daniel Glover. Am I correct?
Yeah,
on
Donald
that?
Glover. Yeah.
Donald Glover. I'm sorry. Danny Glover, of course, was in Lethal Weapon with Mel Gibson, who also got Sideways. There's something with the Glover.
Not related.
That could also be the title. Larry Thornton has sent in a couple of texts. Martin, former KSTK producer. First off, he has sent in the montage, Jackson, of Frank's reaction.
Oh, hell yes.
That's a YouTube clip that he sent in. And then with regard to Landman, season 1, so good. Season 2, so bad. But the way I would describe it is like eating carbs. You enjoy it in a way that you know it's just, destructive. But you enjoy it. It's just... So have you watched it, Jackson?
The newest Landman?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Sam Elliott's so horny?
He starts off unbelievably sad. Like
Why is he so randy?
He's just so sad. And then at the end, he's so horny.
Why?
I think that might be old age.
At old age, you just get really horny?
And sad. And the only thing to cure your sadness is your horniness. Based on Sam Elliott.
Darned.
He's like sitting in the pool fully clothed, like crying.
This is a spoiler, Martin.
I was only half listening. I thought Sam Elliott was in Hunting Wives.
Oh, God.
Okay.
No.
Sounds like a mental.
He still has a little respect for
illness.
himself.
Hey, what's that hat?
Golden State Valkyries.
The WNBA team?
Yeah. Shout out to Kate
What
Martin.
isn't that woke?
Shout out to, it was a gift from my sister.
Eric in the Central West End.
Gift from my lovely sister.
9646.
And Kate Martin plays for the Golden State Valkyries. Her of Edwardsville, Illinois, where my sister went to high school.
Oh, I see.
Okay, there's a connection.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't recognize the logo.
New team. Newest team. Golden State Valkyries.
I don't know if it would have mattered if they'd been in the league from the inception.
Yeah, Tim, it's a new team. Jeez.
You would have recognized the Sparks.
WNBA. Come on.
That was that Lisa Leslie?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
Jackson has never said something so true. That's from the 3 and 4. I don't know what that's in reference.
I think that's general. Yeah, just apply that to everything.
The olds are sad and horny, Martin. That's what he's
okay,
saying.
got it. That's all Sam Elliott is.
Well, they'd have a reason to be sad because their life is coming to an end.
Yeah, that part I get a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it seems like the only thing that cures Sam Elliott's sadness is being horny.
That's just this particular movie.
Yeah.
Sam Elliott is 81 years old.
And he was in Mask and had a relationship with Cher.
Oh, did he?
And that was Rocky Dennis, played by Eric Stoltz. Am I correct on that?
That's all correct.
I think so.
It's a hard watch.
Yeah, tough. 85, you think?
I find I don't like to watch things that are a hard watch. I don't need to see people that are miserable and upset and arguing with each other and
You ever watch the YouTube chat?
Or they're being kidnapped or something. That has no entertainment value for me at all. To see other people's massive problems. No thanks.
Oh, hell's breaking loose. The Air Comfort Service texted Pfizer
that.
with Jackson's hat.
Yeah, seeing it's not going well. Well, I don't care.
I just threw up in my mouth when you said it's a WNBA hat on a man. That's from the Sheepy Reporter.
Wow. Some people very, I'm just going to leave it at that.
Some people vary. I like that.
I could have gone in a multitude of different directions, but I think their own statements will say it for them.
They indict themselves.
Do you have a hat for every WNBA team?
No, this was just a gift from my sister.
Because of the Edwardsville connection.
Edwardsville connection, and, I like watching the WNBA because I love basketball.
Martin Creek career at Iowa.
Awesome career at Iowa.
She played with
Caitlin Clark.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a great hat.
They were kind of a Batman and Robin.
Oh, God.
That's
Brody.
like Batman and Robin. We had Brody with the Batman and Robin.
Mm-hmm.
Paper's sister's birthday is on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, yeah.
I learned that when we were walking out on the day of Christmas Eve.
Does she ever get shortchanged for gifts?
Yeah, it's always like a tough thing because I got my sister 2 different gifts.
Okay, I hope so.
Get her a WNBA shawl.
I'm surprised, but Eric in the Central West End is texting.
Oh, I thought he had been on board.
It's so soy boy Gen Z beta to wear a WNBA hat. It's from Eric in the Central West End. I'm telling you, once we found out that was a WNBA logo, I knew Eric in the Central West End was ready to go.
Activated.
Yeah, it activated him.
Fine by me is what I say.
Email in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 9:45. Doug, you know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling? I think you do.
Well, I do, because I've had the guys out at my house a couple times over the years doing routine maintenance on the air conditioner in the summer and on the furnace just before winter hits, and that's what you ought to do to make sure your furnace works properly. You can still do that now, even though it hadn't been very cold. We're going to need it sooner or later. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us, and that is, of course, Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904. 120, well, I guess it'd be 122 years now. Not just another HVAC company, they're the longest running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot to us. Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation family-owned business, a name you can trust. They do believe in totally honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and maybe most importantly, home of the handsome repairman. You don't know who you're going to get. Perhaps Larry the Silver Fox, could be the dashing Steve, or even the bold and daring Adam. Any one of them can take care of any kind of problem you might have with your furnace or air core. They do it the best in town. Design Air Heating and Cooling.
There it is. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which is coming your way at 9:45. Somebody will win a $10,000 HVAC system for winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Get them in by 9:30. That allows Chairman Kurt to filter. Get them in. Doug, brevity you think is key? Not like super brief, but you can't go super long. You might not get through the filter if you're too long with the emails.
Too long will kill you.
All right, it's TMA 101 ESPN. It's going to get you fired up.
Well, I can barely hear it with these headphones I got.
I thought your New Year's resolution was to get better headphones.
I know it was, and I always forget about it until I sit down right here.
Make a note today, Doug. Address the issue.
Okay.
And tomorrow,
headset.
about 7 a.m. Oh, rats.
Okay, I'll write down.
What you should do is just go to the CVS that's right across here from the station right after work and then put it in your car. And then you at least if you forget it when you walk in here, it'll be in your car.
But, I've got like 7 or 8 of these things in my house.
Sure.
All kinds of places.
Yeah.
So one of them has to work.
Yeah. Bring them all in.
I guess I should.
You guys go with, I never even look. I'm the only one wearing headphones.
I go earbuds because when I go no hat, the headphone top messes up my thin hair. So,
I'm telling you, Martin, the guy's too hard on himself about his thinning hair. It's not as thin as you think it is.
when I take off my hat, it looks really bad. Like that's when it's.
So it's like you're taking steps backward from when we started working together?
No. If I shower and like floof my hair up, it looks fine. But if I'm in a hat where it's matted down all day, it looks pretty gross. Like I played basketball yesterday and took my hat off and I looked like a fool.
How can you see it?
Fool. I could feel how foolish I was.
I think it's mental.
So maybe you shouldn't wear a hat, especially WNBA hat.
I like wearing a hat.
I don't know if we've gotten more texts in a shorter amount of time over something than Jackson's WNBA hat. Now, there is support, though.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? I don't care.
Some people like something.
That's right.
I love my sister, and I'm glad she got me this wonderful gift, and I'll wear it.
How about this one from Hip Hop Higgy? Keep sporting a hat, Jack. This city has a complex because they can't even get a basketball team. That's from
I don't think that is it in this particular situation.
Jackson.
But I appreciate the love. I don't care. It's like I don't let the text line. I don't crowdsource my self-esteem from the text line.
Well, it's a good thing because here's Harrison's brother Masters.
Oh no!
And his ban has been lifted, Doug. Did it end in
2025?
Calendar year?
Because he's in a tag team now with Sharon and Clayton, who's poolside.
I have a feeling Ray Liotta's about to appear.
He's poolside in Sanibel, and she was bragging about that, but then Mr. Lick said Sanibel's the Fable Ticks.
I thought it was really nice.
I love Sanibel.
What are the nicest islands in Florida, Jackson? You would know. You went to school there.
Marco, Sanibel. Is Key West? That's a key.
I mean, in Palm Beach.
Yeah,
Fisher Island.
Is that
Fisher Island? Yeah.
Yeah, Fisher
D-Lee.
Island. What's the one Tiger lives off of?
Jupiter, yeah, God.
Jupiter Island, Star Island.
Jupiter,
Yeah.
Jupiter Island, Star Island, Palm Beach, Fisher Island, yeah.
Marco, and I don't think
it's going to be tough to narrow it down.
What about Captiva?
Star Island,
Captiva's basically Sanibel. It's a little. Is it a channel or would you say chunnel?
I would never say chunnel. The Dolphins had a player named Bob Kuchenberg, who was a lineman.
Yeah. Dump that.
And I guess he had some other businesses outside of football. He lived on Star Island in a house that looked like a palace in France.
Yeah, I think it might be Star Island.
Enormous.
Like per capita. Like it's pretty small, I think, but like that's where LeBron lived when he played for the Heat. Like that's where all the big money is.
People in St. Louis don't understand that the W is taking attendance from Major League Baseball across the country. That's from Griff, too. This is all in response to the fact that Jackson is wearing a Valkyries hat.
Golden State Valkyries. I didn't really mean to spark some sort of debate.
So Major League Baseball is losing fans because of the W.
I don't think
But
that's
need a
the
little more
case
data
at
on
all.
that.
Does anybody ever say, hey, you want to go to the Cardinals, see them play the Cubs? Nope, got the Sparks on TV tonight.
We got our guy.
I don't think so.
Our guy in Iowa who made all the money in the sporting goods industry would go to the WNBA games, remember? In
he was going to get Sophie Cunningham on for us.
But he also comes to Cardinal games, so maybe he could be the best source of information here. Has his love of the WNBA cut into his Cardinal fandom? Call in. 969-PAT. What's the number? What's the number?
969.
974. The Callier and Thompson phone lines are 974-0101. In case you guys didn't know.
Yeah, come on in. The water is warm. Sherman Kurtz standing by. He's also filtering the emails for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which is coming your way at 9:45. Now, one of the things we were talking about getting Josh Schertz on this week with the Billikens having a huge game tomorrow, friend of the program, and Joe Buck. Will he be heading to Atlanta? It's Atlanta where it's going down?
Yes.
Atlanta for Indiana and
Confirmed.
Oregon. I was wrong on that. Indiana, Oregon is the Peach Bowl. But he's then got the Texans and the Steelers. The Steelers got into the playoffs after the famous missed kick from Tyler Loop on Sunday night to conclude the 2025-2026 regular season. But the Steelers did so without DK Metcalf. If you recall, he got sideways up in Detroit, and DK Metcalf was asked, finally, about what happened. Here is what he had to say.
Okay, can you explain to us what happened in Detroit?
You had to be the one to ask him. No, I can't.
What was that process like as far as the appeals and talking with the NFL? Just kind of, can you walk us through that process?
I can't walk y'all through nothing that happened.
Were you surprised that the appeal was about you didn't get it away?
Yeah, but that's all I can say.
I respect that you don't and can't really go into a lot of it, but is there anything you would like to clarify about misinformation or anything else like that?
I can't say nothing about what happened.
That's not really helping clear things up there.
No, there's a lot of mumbling.
For those who forgot, on the sideline in Detroit, going to punch the fan, CBS cameras
Then the fan had a press conference.
Did you see that? Might have been the funniest thing. It looks like an SNL sketch.
Okay, we might need audio of that.
No, the audio wasn't working for the first half. They were just talking to nobody.
The press conference with the fan?
Yeah, the audio wasn't working on the Zoom from
And
the
then
beginning.
he
And
launched
hat backwards.
So Lions fan called a press conference after he got punched by DK Metcalf. And is that where he launched the woman? Is that the
Launched
press
the woman?
conference? And the man? So he had a press
I
conference
thought,
that nobody
he
covered.
put a woman in one of those like what a clown would do in a cannon and shot her off.
But I think something this public and a huge deal for the Steelers, they had to win a big game without him. It's okay.
Two.
Even if you say...
I know they lost one of them.
Even if you say, well, I can't comment for... Say, I regret my actions, or the fan really set me off and I wish I wouldn't have let him get under my skin. Or I think you still... You also know it's coming in that setting. I think you can give a little better answer than that. And I think what escalated things, I believe, was it Chad Johnson or Shannon Sharp that said the N-word was involved?
I think Chad Johnson.
Chad Johnson said that. Friend
evening,
of this program.
Yes.
That evening. And then that's when the Lions fan guy said, absolutely not, that there's audio out there. I mean, he may have just been a total jackwagon fan. That's a reasonable thought, that he was just harassing. I guess he kept saying his full name instead of DK. But I think Metcalf, he can do a little better explaining that incident.
Doug, the phone lines have been activated, Sherman.
Have they really?
Do you want to recommend, because I guess they're active as the day is long, Collier and Thompson phone, what do we have?
I'd like to do both. It's more topical to go with line 2.
Doug, line 2.
Line 2. Who would be on line 2?
This is our WNBA guy. Got the bat signal.
Good. Okay.
Oh, Iowa. Iowa's own.
Oh, all right.
How you doing, guys? First thing I'd like to say, because nobody wants to hear me talk about the WNBA, is fast lane the Texans.
Okay. Oh, he's already going after them. Just preemptively. Preemptively.
You know what's coming. They're going to shoot me to the moon after I drink the bleach. So I'll just give you guys a heads up. You know, I was a weekend season ticket holder for the Cardinals for many years, which weekend season ticket package is 27 games. We averaged between 40 and 45 games a year, and we lived 299.9 miles from my doorstep to gate 1. Last year, we saw 6 games. Full season ticket holders for the Indiana Fever. And in September, instead of flying around the country to see baseball, I was flying around the country watching WNBA basketball, whether the Fever were playing or not. I was in Las Vegas 3 times in September for 3 3-day trips. I was flying from Vegas to Indy and back and forth. My wife can't travel that time of year because, as you know, she's a high school coach that's in season. So I'm flying solo around the country watching stinking WNBA basketball. I never thought I'd be hooked on the WNBA, but I love it. And all the games I go to, I run into baseball fans in every city I go to, diehard baseball fans that are going to WNBA games. I see, when I went to Atlanta to see the Dream in the playoffs, I saw Braves apparel everywhere. So to say that there are people that are baseball fans that aren't saying, you know, instead of going to the Braves tonight, we're going to go see the Dream in the playoffs. Or in L.A., I'm not saying in L.A., but there's a lot of big, in L.A. and Golden State both. Golden State, it was just put out this morning, they made $55 million last year as an expansion team, not including their TV revenue. So $55 million was just gate concessions, the team and team merchandise. It didn't even include their media deal, which is huge, and it's going up this year if there's a damn season. So I just thought I'd throw that in there. I'm not saying they're taking, but you figure there's, Golden State's putting 18,000 people in there 22 nights a year during the summer. Are they taking any fans from the Giants? I'll bet they're taking a few. And I think it's happening across the country. The WNBA is pretty hot right now. Don't get me wrong. I'm a baseball addict, and baseball is my passion. But it is happening around the country in those cities that have both baseball and the WNBA.
Do you have are you getting season tickets to baseball, Cardinal baseball, this year?
No. And a big reason for that, though, guys, is there's no more direct flight from Des Moines to St. Louis starting January 29th.
You would fly from Des Moines to St. Louis 30 times a year to watch the Cardinals?
No, weekend season ticket package is 13 weekends. So we would see 40 to 45 games because the weekend season ticket package is Saturday, Sunday only, and then they throw in one Friday night. So there's 13 weekends, home weekends, so that's 26 games. So then they throw in a Friday night, just a random Friday night. So we would fly in, say, on, like, if there was a businessman special, the noon game on Thursdays, we'd fly in on Thursday mornings and catch Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and fly home on Sunday night. So even though our season, we would buy tickets for, the games around the weekend. So we weren't just coming for Saturday and Sunday. So, no, we are not coming this year because we didn't renew because Southwest dropped the direct flight from Des Moines to St. Louis. That's a primary reason that we're not season ticket holders this year. Because I don't want to spend. For me, it's a 5.5 hour drive. It's 42 minutes gate to gate, and you don't have to get to either one of those on a Sunday night in St. Louis when you're flying out after a Sunday night game. You get there. We go sit at the bar at Ballpark Village until it's time to head to the airport because we didn't fly out till 10:30 at night. Get home at 11:30. We didn't have to be at the airport in St. Louis on a Sunday night till 9:45. And same way in Des Moines, you get there, they're yelling at us if we want to check a bag, and we do check a bag sometimes, even though we're only flying a couple days, because I might throw a case of beer in my suitcase for the hotel room.
Pony, planning ahead. Doug. More likely to get berated at the Des Moines airport or St. Louis's own Lambert International?
Well, I hear you guys talk about it all the time. You're not going to get berated in Des Moines.
In general.
Put it on the sign.
It's a tourism catchphrase.
I hear you guys talk about Lambert. We've never been berated there. Now, when we fly in, we normally will just hop the train and head downtown unless we're in a hurry. Especially when we land at 7:30 in the morning, we're better off to just hop on the Metrolink, and then we stay at the Hyatt at the Arch every trip. So we just take the train down and get off and walk over, and the Hyatt normally has my it's a whole different story. But now on the way back, but I hear you guys talk about getting berated at the St. Louis airport. We've never had any issues, and we're there a lot.
Have you ever tried to pick someone up?
Maybe that's the key.
Mm-hmm. I have not tried to pick anybody up there. And I know where to go to catch my Ubers if we are Ubering. So we kind of know the process at Lambert, and we haven't been berated. But I think it's hilarious when you guys talk about it.
Well, maybe it's only a St. Louis thing, so that we berate our own, which is good for visitors. So the guy from out of town is not getting berated. That's a positive. That's a win for us.
Well, you get berated when you drive to pick somebody up.
Yeah.
And you want to wait 2 or 3 minutes because they're trying to get their bags out to your car, and that's when the officer comes and starts screaming at you.
I can tell you this, guys. Back in, was it 23 the last time the Cardinals, 22 or 20, must have been 23 when the Cardinals were in the playoffs. 22. Okay, so my wife I had flown down on, I think I flew down on like Thursday just because I know some people in St. Louis, and I got together and had dinner with a guy one night and just different things. So I flew in on Thursday, and then she flew in, I think, on a Saturday morning. I don't remember. Saturday or Sunday morning.
I don't know what day it was.
I can't remember what. I don't know the years either, Doug, and I certainly don't know the day. So I'm with you. But I had a limo driver. His name's Leo. He's a great guy. He owns a limo company down there. I had to pick up my wife, and he pulled in the drop-off location up there because I already had all her stuff in my bag. So all she had was her purse. So he said, just come out, and I'll pick you up in the drop-off. And she said that they were berating him because he's sitting there with his limo.
There it is. That's the sweet spot. Yes. It's the pickup. It's the pickup.
Yep.
So, and he wasn't even in the pickup spot. You know, pickup's downstairs. So he's picking up upstairs where you drop off. Down. So anyway, that's my
Gosh, you sure got a big budget for travel to go to these sporting events. What are you doing up there? You running a daycare
He
or
was
something?
in the sporting goods industry and cashed out.
Yeah, I cashed out, and we don't. I hate to tell you this, guys, but we spend 10 nights in Punta Cana every December and April.
Oh, gosh.
Doug, is it December when he goes?
I don't know when he goes.
Mr. Flick's brother. All right, we got to go. I got the wrap sign from Jackson. I got to go. I'd love to spend more time. Thank you so much for the call. Jackson.
No.
He saw the writing on the tea
After all
leaves.
that, he gets to hang up on us?
Yeah, I know.
I wonder how many sports talk shows this guy calls into every day, hoping to convert guys into watching loving layups.
I enjoyed the call. I asked for the call. And I like logistics, but we got a lot of logistics.
I mean, the combination of Jackson's hat and that phone call has led to record-setting amounts of text.
Line is going to implode.
Oh, my God.
That's not even the one I thought would be.
There's some gems
I
in
can't
there.
keep, there's so many damn texts.
Many of them are FCC violations. But funny nonetheless.
But you won't be berated in Des Moines.
The word peg is being used a lot by a lot of the different texters.
Steely Dan.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 9:45. Big competition here. $10,000 HVAC system on the line. And Doug, huge news for the next segment.
What?
Joe Lenardi has just updated his Bracketology, and we're going to have it for you next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new vehicle in this new year, but not sure what you can get approved for. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the situation or the circumstances. That's what AutoLoanPro.com can do for you with little to no money down. Working hard, getting you the best, absolute best rates possible. Little money down. Great combination there. Doesn't matter what your situation is. That large purchase gets complicated. Financing, especially if there's been a hiccup along the way, doesn't matter. Auto Loan Pro gets you into the new vehicle. They also help you get your credit back on track. Get that free playbook they put together explaining how the credit industry works. Going to educate you also on the entire credit system. How about that? You learn something and get that new vehicle. Anyone could sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Auto Loan Pro, working with over 50 different lenders. Those are not vendors, they're lenders. That means you do get the very best financing available. Financing the car, the only thing to know is to choose the pro. AutoLoanPro.com is part of the Lita family.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Just announced this morning the Cowboys have fired former Missouri defensive coordinator and defensive coordinator for one season for the Cowboys. Matt Eberflus is gone from Dallas. This will be their fourth new defensive coordinator in 4 years. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Eddie Vedder turns 55 today?
No birthdays. I just felt like playing some Pearl Jam.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. I think older. 58, maybe? 57? Now I'm regretting it. I'm going to go 57.
Doug, you want to say 58? Just
I'll say 58, yeah.
Sorry.
Eddie Vedder.
I'm sorry. I should.
Eddie Vedder is 61.
Wow.
Whoa.
Just turned 61.
Whoa.
But that's not the reason why you're playing.
No.
Just breathe.
Nope. I kind of like slower Pearl Jam.
What songs would fall under the, you like this term, Doug, auspice of slower Pearl Jam?
This song.
Okay.
I don't really know
Is
a
this
ton of
solo?
other Pearl Jam.
Is this like
I was hoping that conversation would end with me saying I just like slower Pearl Jam.
This is when you say, now back to my hat.
Yeah, I didn't plan for a follow-up.
I was reading about the difference between a nonstop flight and a direct flight because somebody was mad at our Iowa caller for saying.
A lot of people were mad at the Iowa caller.
Well, but they were mad. One was specifically mad that it was a reference to a direct flight. Doug, did you know a nonstop flight is without any stops?
Right.
Well, a direct flight uses the same flight number and uses the same plane but makes one or more stops.
You don't have to get off the plane.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. A direct flight stops. I never thought of it that way. So it's semantics, but that's what we do.
Yeah. I prefer a nonstop.
Well, I think anybody does. It just gets down to, are you willing to pay a little bit more for it?
I actually prefer flying to Atlanta and then flying to Phoenix, my destination. It's the ideal situation.
More time in the air?
Yeah. Especially going that direction. I love going east to go west.
Right.
We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and that's coming up in about 21 minutes. Black is the best Pearl Jam slow song. Doug, would you agree that Black is a slow song?
I don't know. I just don't. I wish I could help you.
Was it Yellow Lead better? Would that be kind of slow?
I think that's pretty.
Does it
I
get
just listened
going?
to it.
Did you?
Yeah. I was previewing some Pearl Jam tracks.
You would agree?
I think that one's a little faster paced than some like Just Breathe.
Right, I would agree with that.
What about Elderly Woman at a Counter That Recognized Me from Grade School? Or what's the title? It's
I
like
think it is from grade
eight
school.
sentences long.
Jackson's going to give his rankings right before we do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today on the Stiefel dossier at 9:45. Send yours in. Chairman Kurt, what are the numbers looking like? Wait, were you just asleep? I just looked over and your head was down. I thought you used to sleep.
And I got to tell you, I don't blame you.
No, you brought up email that it's been a more cumbersome filtering process.
Oh, no, what's going on?
No, it's just the quantity is just so much
volume
deeper that I've been sifting through it, and you mentioned it, and I just kind of hung my head a little bit. But 10 in the filtered file, 14 deleted. And like I said yesterday, it's kind of fluid. Just because you're in the filtered file now doesn't mean you're going to stay there.
There you go.
Seems like they're going to have to be shorter to get read now with so many people wanting to get in on this.
You would think so, yeah.
Doug, I agree with you. I second Black. I used to grab the butts of young ladies at the St. Mary Magdalene mixers to Black. That's from the Irish Curse.
Really? That'd get a kid in trouble, wouldn't it?
Irish Curse, you can call in. Also, if you have your thoughts on traveling to WNBA games, 314-974-0101. Well, we've been waiting for it. We've all been hitting refresh this morning on Joe Lenardi's column on ESPN.com, Doug. And we've got it. Brand new Bracketology. And we've got 3 teams from the St. Louis area going to the NCAA tournament. Would you like to guess which 3 teams are going to the NCAA tournament, who they're playing, what their seed is, and where they're playing in the time of the game? Because Lenardi has just released it.
He doesn't know any more than I do. St. Louis U.
Yes, they're in.
Illinois.
Yes, they're in.
And Lindenwood.
Yes,
Okay.
they're in. But I need the seeds and who they're playing.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Any guess is as good as the next.
Can SLU be a A 9, that's pushing it. They're probably an 11.
Illinois will be about a 4 seed, 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Lindenwood will be a 16.
I thought I was be able to play a Dickie V drop interspersed with round ball rock, and that proved harder than I thought.
Doug, Lindenwood's a 15.
15, okay, I was off one.
Boy, it's going to be tough. They're going to go to Greenville and take on Duke, though. What an opportunity for the Lions to take on Duke in Greenville. So I think that's a Thursday game.
And we don't know any of this.
Izzo, and if Pacino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
What did the Cougars of SAUE get last year? Number 1 seed Houston.
Yeah. Dilladoy going up against UNC Wilmington. Dilladoy a 4 seed. They dropped.
I think they could be a 3, maybe even a 2.
Why'd they drop?
I guess the Nebraska loss, but that would have been before last week.
And Nebraska's good.
I guess
Nebraska won last night in Columbus. They're undefeated. How about the job Danny Nee's doing?
Unbelievable. That Michigan State win they had was
They dropped
fantastic.
because, as we heard before, some of the voters don't take it very seriously.
This is Joe Lenardi.
Penn State kept it close, I guess, with Illinois, so that might have dropped them a little
punished for that?
If you're asking why, that's the only thing that happened.
What about when the college football playoff committee chair said he liked the way Alabama beat Auburn, and that's why they moved past Notre Dame, even though they had a sweat in late fourth quarter?
He said, I think he was like, they had a really good first half. Because, of course, all football games are only decided after 30 minutes.
Oh, God. And then the Billikens, a 10 seed taking on SMU. And they'll be playing that game in St. Louis, brother. How about that?
Wow, there's the headline.
What an advantage for the Billikens. I am sure they are not happy in Dallas to hear that SMU is going to basically have a road game in the first round by taking on the Billikens, the 10 seed here in St. Louis. Doug, what a treat it's going to be for Billiken fans to have a home game.
Well, if that works out that way, that'll be fantastic. I can't believe they would give them that, would they?
You know who coaches the SMU Mustangs is former Florida Gulf Coast coach Andy Enfield.
The USC guy.
Andy Enfield. Doug, were you about to guess?
God, I would have guessed that if you just stopped talking for a second.
For a long time, right?
Dunk City coach who was the team in that
He went to USC.
Run. Yeah, USC, and then was replaced by the topless Eric Musselman.
The topless coach.
No, he's been at SMU for 2
Well, this is great. Lindenwood's in. Doug Slew's in.
Illinois.
Okay. And Illinois is in. Let's make our plans. So is Mizzou anywhere on those first 4, second 4?
No, I'm sorry.
Next 34?
No, I'm sorry. The Billikens are one of the last 4 teams to skip the first 4 rounds. So they're the last 4 byes, along with LSU, Indiana, and Miami. The last 4 in, NC State, Ohio State. They lost last night, as we said, to Danny Nee in Nebraska, Baylor, and Oklahoma. First 4 out, Martin, not Missouri, but Boise State, Butler, Virginia Tech, and Tulsa. And the next 4 out, not Missouri, TCU, Oklahoma State, Creighton, in California. If Illinois were to be able to get past UNC Wilmington, they could take on Rock Chalk J. Hawk in Philadelphia. Meanwhile, if the Billikens can get past Andy Enfield and SMU, they would take on Bat Painter right here in St. Louis. Yeah.
Former Mizzou coach Matt Painter in St. Louis.
That's correct.
Awkward.
And this is all just made up. This is entirely made up.
If the Billikens can get past Bat Painter and Dilladoy can get past Jimmy Calhoun and UConn, then it sets up Illinois against the Billikens.
Wow.
In Washington, D.C. to go to the Elite Eight. How do you do?
Okay. I assume we'll all go there. We'll take the show there to Washington.
Put a case of beer in my suitcase just for the hotel.
Man, this is going to be fun. And I guess, theoretically, they could play Lindenwood for the national championship there on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah.
Wow. I'd love to see the Bills just
the attention
get to a
return.
Sweet 16. Just win 2. I know it's asking a lot for them to get in and to win 2. I would just love for the Bills to get to a Sweet 16.
Too, man.
You know, the last time SLU, Mizzou, Illinois all made the tournament, same year?
I'm going to go with 2000.
Can you give me 2013?
Yes.
2013.
That was the Rob Lowe Billikens, Jordan Airjet.
Oh, yeah.
That
Pablo hosting shows on Fox.
Not he of the
NFL
Shield. Not he of the Shield, but of
the Shield.
Who Missouri played in 20? Was that Colorado State?
Yeah.
At the debacle?
Yep.
I barely count that. Larry
after Norfolk State.
That's correct.
the year after Norfolk State, yeah.
That puts Papers in a bad place. You see how his pacing slows down. Yeah. He looks downward.
That 13 Billikens team was great, though. They had a come-from-behind win in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't let me down, Jimmy Cruz. I got you beating Louisville.
Yeah,
because it was the first year was Jimmy Cruz. I think it was the year
that was still Cruz.
They went west and they beat New Mexico State.
But Rob Lowe hit like a huge 3, Australian big man.
Yeah, but they should have won the next game.
Spelled L-O-E.
That is correct.
Yeah.
New Zealand's own.
Ball knower.
Guys, I actually bet $5 on the Billikens to win the national championship last night, and it'll pay me $2,500 when Robbie is lifting the trophy in April. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
I was going to say $2,500.
So for whatever reason, and I've been going to a bunch of Billiken games, so I get some Billiken fan DMs on Instagram. They're like as if I'm in charge of the books. They're like, how come we can't bet on the Billikens to win the national championship? And I will say that they haven't been available to bet on to win the national championship. And I guess now it's available because the St. Charles Hermaphrodite has bet $5 on the Billikens.
Could win $2,500.
Yeah, it'll be a nice hit.
Yeah.
I guess that's reasonable.
Right, because it's only a $5 play.
Should be undefeated.
Yeah. Well, big opportunity tomorrow. You know, it is just one game, but when you play there, I think one spot below them on the Ken Palm, this is a team that's very comparable to them skill-wise. I think that this could really set them apart in the A-10.
For the record, Missouri is plus 30,000 to win the national championship on FanDuel. And I'm scrolling, Doug.
They didn't really look like a national championship team when they played Illinois.
No. But then since then, they beat
just a couple buckets didn't go in for them.
Number 22 team in the country.
Illinois is plus 3,500. St. Louis Hughes still not listed. I still don't see him. It's the strangest damn thing.
People text him, ask him why SLU is not listed.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Seems fair.
Yeah. DMs, Instagram.
2013, by the way, SLU hammered New Mexico State in their opening game and then got drilled. Oregon was a 12 seed, and it was a good Oregon team. It kind of sucked. They were a 12.
Right.
And then they got drilled by Oregon in the second round. And Missouri lost, pretty handily.
What about ILL that year?
By 12. It looks like they lost in the second round that year to Miami of Florida, who went on a good run.
That was a Shane Larkin, Jim Larinaga coach team.
Tim, in Illinois, you can't bet on the teams from the state. Is Missouri the same way? That's from Angry Dan. No, sir, it's not.
Not the case.
Because you can bet on Missouri is plus 30,000. But I was heading down to the Billikens St. Joe's game, and I said to my wife, I said, take the over. We got to get the money on the over, which St. Louis Hugh really enjoys covering, and it wasn't available on FanDuel.
Huh.
So I don't know what the hell's going on there.
Could SLU have possibly opted out of something like that? I don't know if that's a thing. I have no idea. But in Illinois,
I'd be curious what the reasoning is, because that was the case there. They were available on other places.
Let me see if they're available.
I was able to fire that. What are you delving into here?
I'm going to see if the SLU game tomorrow is available to bet on.
Oh, the VCU contest.
Right.
Tim, I bet them at plus 50,000 on another app. So they're plus 50,000. I'm going to watch Lindenwood and SIUE tonight. Could determine who takes the OVC. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack, not his wife. So we got a big showdown there.
Men and women doubleheader tonight at the, Doug, do you call it the Vidal
It's hard
Beans?
to say.
I know.
That game you can bet on.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I've not seen a game in that building, but I'd like to someday.
At Lindenwood?
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
No, at
Edwards.
SIU.
Also great.
Great
Been to both. Yeah.
SLU's plus 50,000 to win the whole thing, plus 13,000 to make the Final Four. That is from the 618.
Wow. 13,000 make the Final Four. I feel like you get better odds than that.
You think that the number should be higher?
Yeah. It was just not because of it's anything against SLU. It's just really hard to make the Final Four.
What would you put Missouri to make the Final Four?
In similar odds. Yeah, very similar to SLU's. I think that would be an awesome game this year especially.
You guys have spent almost 2 hours talking college hoops, specifically SLU hoops. Who is producing the show?
Oh.
They get an F for the day.
Come on.
This is torture, Doug. That is from Harrison's brother, Master.
Oh.
Who has an alliance
already been suspended.
And you just got an F. Here you go, bucko.
I'm going to put him down again. Harrison's brother, it's a new year. Same old thing for you. Suspension to last a period of 2 days' time, and I'm going to deny your application for SNAP benefits.
Wow. Texas, are we just going to forget all about the Frank sound bites? Is that the audio that was sent to us? The Frank
I didn't know that was for the program.
That was just for your own personal use.
That was for my own archives.
I wouldn't mind it. What was the other audio we were fishing for earlier?
I was going fishing.
What you were fishing for was never mind.
We talked about, and Larry Thornton, I think, served up the Frank food audio.
Yes. Chevy Chase.
Chevy Chase.
Did you get that?
No, I'll pull all that tomorrow. Time crunch and TSL. I went to camp.
I'll come back tomorrow. All right.
All right. Design, air, heating, and cooling email. What does this mean? Is Doug with child? Doug, are you? Some government got her.
I am not pregnant. I had a scare, but no, I'm not.
Please, for the love of God, don't talk Cardinals. So now they're upset with what we're not talking about.
I've never seen anything like it.
It almost
Nobody's
feels like
talking
we can't
sports
win.
on this stupid show. Guys, that's enough sports. Don't talk baseball. Oh, God, hockey. Oh, no, Billikens. It's unbelievable.
Well, the good news is, Martin, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day with this huge prize is coming up in the next segment. You can go ahead and email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com, but at this point, the chairman's gone filtering, and it might be too late. But hey, just like the Chevy Chase audio, you can still get in for tomorrow, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Comes your way next here on TMA 101, ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Let's talk about my friends at Schnucks. Everyone's trying to save money these days, especially when you head to the store talking about groceries, and Schnucks has been doing their part quite some time right now, and right now, even more. When you go to Schnucks, they're going to make sure you can save. And the way to track it, keep an eye on what's out there. New ads are out each week with the super hot deals and some of my favorite items. You can view those ads a ton of different ways. On the go, doesn't matter. You can go to the website, schnucks.com/weekly ad. It's right there. Your rewards app. I've been talking about that for a long time. Website, rewards app, or even just pick up the old-fashioned paper copy right at the entrance of the store. Plus, you get the following week's ads 1 week early. Jackson makes you wait for drops. Here, you get the ads a week ahead of time. Grab a copy at the store, the entrance, plan ahead, and save. So many more ways to save beyond the weekly ad. Join the rewards, get personalized savings, one-stop shop for sales, bonus points, offers, coupons, items, all of that one spot. It's updated weekly with new deals just for you. That's on the Rewards app. You can also go to the website. You can also pick up the paper copy walking in and out of the store. Plus, they just launched Rewards Boost, so you can play your way to more savings. The value that you know and love, available at any of your neighborhood Schnucks stores.
come from a city where we celebrate October. Everyone you see is dressed in red like it's Rover. The luck is in our favor like a 3-1-4 leaf clover. Anything can happen where it's never truly over. Done it all before, we can do it all again. Yeah, we rallied with a squirrel and we made it to a trend. Had our backs against the wall, so we made that wall our friend. That's tradition in my city and it's never gonna end. If you looking for some heart, let me show you where it's at. Right there underneath that jersey, 2 birds on the back. Greatest fans in baseball, we already on that stat. Every day's a holiday. Shouts out to Matt. That's October in St. Louis and you wouldn't understand. Unless you're from the city that made me to a man. 11 rings and counting, I'ma need another hand. But a dozen sounds better, so let's get this one for Stan. Rest in peace, Stan.
Rest in peace, Dad.
There was no way I was going to let Jackson fade out of that until I got to rest in peace, Stan. Why were you under the council? I just looked up and you were gone.
I had to grab a pen.
Oh, I see.
And this was a big hit, huh?
In this community, certainly. It's a regional thing.
All right, Martin, here it is. This is what you wanted. It's 9:45 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. It's time for day 2 of the historic Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month competition, in which the winner receives a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. All the rules up for you at 101ESPN.com and TMASTL.com. Chairman Kurt has been doing the Lord's work over there, filtering. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Not chasing trophies here, just pausing for a quick wellness check on the evolution of the program. Once upon a time, a 40-year-old MBA served as the show's emotional support gopher, heroically assuming all risk for a merge store that never fully materialized into commerce. Gangster Pete never exactly leaned in, unless leaning in meant firing off Dear Dietra links, auto-playing 8 to 10 Mike Francesa clips per shift, sprinkling in a few Chicks in the Office blogs, and forwarding the occasional manifesto from a guy named Zane, who definitely owns multiple scarves. That was the whole operation, a lean, efficient content pipeline. Fast forward to today, and the growth is undeniable. You've got yet another producer, a fresh new talent who spends a majority of the time scrolling and contractually vanishes 5 days a week before the final segment. Clearly a graduate of the Iggy School of Clock Management and Care Quotient. And our dear Jackson has officially entered his passion project era, redirecting all remaining effort toward Pepper and Genie, Biff and Show 2.0, now operating under the sleek rebrand of Movie Boy. Audience interest is ... limited. But if there's one thing this world needs, it's 58 uninterrupted minutes of vocal fry on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze, punctuated by live Golden State Valkyrie score checks no one asked for, and a deep dive into why he thought a random female friend he knew from Mizzou should be a permanent...
This is terrible.
Okay, a little long.
No, keep reading, but...
should be a permanent fixture for TMA without an explanation of where she came from or where she went after. She just wasn't there anymore. So here's to progress, to evolution, to even more days off, and to fewer best ofs quietly limping into the app in 2026. It's from Ellen Foley.
Oh. Ellen Foley.
You call me fresh? I've been here 5 years. That's twice as long as Pete.
Hope Ellen has some heating and cooling.
Doug, is Jackson been here twice as long as Gangster Pete?
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Well, we're one day into this email contest, and I must say, Libby Jack handled yesterday's 2-2-1 tiebreaker with tremendous aplomb. Doug wants me to tighten it up, but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to break down perhaps the most ADD 7 o'clock hour TMA's ever had. Lululemon, Fabletix, The Brothers Grimm, some supercut of Frank's food picks from 20 years ago, Gentlemen on the Down Low, Talking French Fries, Larry Craig toe tapping in the men's room stall,
The texters are angry when we don't talk sports. They're angry when we do talk sports. They're angry that Libby Jack Soy Boy Gen Z Beta is wearing a WNBA hat. They're angry when some cuck from Des Moines calls in to humble brag about all the WNBA games he travels to in other cities, and he said that with a straight face. The only redeeming part of today's show was Larry Nichols' WWE recap, specifically the moment when he was interrupted by the drop. Online, he calls himself a Latino man 559, followed by a pregnant pause and Larry's deadpan reply of, whatever. Buck Swope, DBA, the recessed lady's breast.
Buck Swope.
Do you feel closer to me knowing I've savored your porcelain potpourri? From farm to table, from tank to mouth. As I watched my wife's father prepare for his colonoscopy. I couldn't help but admire his skill in organizing his ingredients. You see, kiddo, he said, it's all about the marination. I fetched my French fries from atop the tanky lid, dipped them in the fresh drizzlings from his medical escapade.
All right, that's enough. Who was it, Tim?
Hot Tunnels.
Hot Tunnels just got himself suspended. A period of 2 days' time, and we're going to put a 10% tariff.
Where's that one fall on the grading scale, Martin?
Goods and services.
I put NA.
I can't confirm.
Well, Doug, I hope you have answers because I've got some questions. Who has the show notes? Is it Papers or Chairman Kurt? And why did yesterday's show notes refer to sea legs as C, as in the letter C? What did they think C stood for? Do they think there are A legs and B legs? Why did my uncle like my girlfriend's picture? That's from the Shrewsbury Butter Squirrel.
Shrewsbury Butter Squirrel. He seemed angry.
Logo so tiny. Bold statement on your forehead. Sure, they won't notice. Limited edition because nothing says fashion like women's basketball. Until next time, that's from the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
Brevity.
Really brief.
Good morning, fellas. First-time emailer, short-term admirer. Hoping that if I can just win, I can heat this baby. Thanks and good day. That's from Earl I Podcast.
Earl I Podcast. He's new.
Eat this baby.
Dear men, I need guidance on how to exit a marriage without being escorted out by my own conscience. Doug, this is like an advice column now.
Okay.
My wife is not cruel, unfaithful, or even particularly unkind. She has simply opted out of being alive in any recognizable sense. Romance has been replaced by a vow of celibacy I do not remember taking. And conversation has been subcontracted to a television that plays nothing but Ryan Seacrest-produced reality television and cooking shows, despite the fact that she hasn't cooked since Doug's stint in Rochester. Our home now feels less like a partnership and more like a hospice for intercourse. There's hospices for intercourse?
Oh, I don't think so.
Sad and horny.
I try to woo her, and she rewinds. I suggest making love, and she asks if it can wait until the season finale. Everything can wait until the season finale. Love, apparently, is now episodic. So here's my question. When two people are married, and one of them becomes furniture that occasionally sighs at the screen and picks shards of Doritos Locos Tacos out of her belly button, is cheating tolerated, or I just sign the house over to her and move out? Or must I stay, quietly aging, until the razor-sharp bayonets of abstinence bring this series to its ultimate finale?
The bayonets of abstinence?
Clip that off. Yours in existential limbo. That's from the incel on the other end of the couch.
Incel on the other end of the couch.
Was that AI?
It could have been.
It's outstanding. It's day 2 of St. Louis's finest alcoholics emailing in and misspelling words and writing sentences that make absolutely no sense as we all compete for an HVAC that is useless to most of us that live in our parents' basements anyway. I'll try and be more girthy and witty so Chairman Kurt blesses me with a selection, but I might wait forever for that selection, like Illinois and Mizzou wait for a playoff berth. Goodbye and always hashtag F Mizzou. That's from Illini Lance.
Illini Lance.
Overbearing sports dads. There's levels to this thing. The Mark. the dad shelling out an additional $3,000 a year on their child's club team apparel so they can, quote, show support when it's really just their own badge of honor, then bragging about little Johnny getting additional specialized training from the club when it's just hungover former high school players trying to earn some beer money. The backseat coach, minimal relevant experience, maximum opinions. You run man offense or you run man defense? Well, they think it should be zone. That timeout you took? Ridiculous. This dad made it all the way to JV, so he knows how to lead. If these guys have money, watch out. They'll play Louisiana governor in an LSU head coaching search on you in a heartbeat. And then the a-hole. Multiple CYC ejections and court-ordered angered management. But finally, the Hoosier Fat. Pretty self-explanatory. Flat bill hat, dirty T-shirt, oversized and one shorts that still show the regrettable leg tat. Oh, at a gas station, 44-ounce fountain drink to wash down the Grizz wintergreen while shouting, "Just hit them!" with no understanding of rules or decorum. There's certainly more, but that's a start. Doug, that's from Carlos Spicy Wiener, your day one winner.
Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Hey, radio geniuses, all these Bill come latelys to email the day complaining they aren't getting read. Shove it!
Oh.
Some of us have been listening to this show on low-powered AM stations for years. We started emailing while you were listening to Greeny and Golick. Pay your dues, neckbeards. Tim, here's a suggestion. Call the folder of unread emails the cuck folder. Those dudes have to sit on the sidelines just listening and not participating in the action. Grab a potted plant and listen, losers. Doug, that's Brad, and he's in Boca.
Okay, Brad in Boca.
And finally, greetings, boy pigs. Since Martin is now participating in the email today, I think it's important he knows what goes on during the onboarding hour. So here's what happened yesterday while he learned how to file TPS reports with Heim. Things started out slow with college football playoff talk, but picked up steam when discussing how Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga would perform Shallow live at Ronnie's during each screening of Star is Born. No doubt Iggy had a Plagola deal with Ronnie's back then, so he could be in the front row for every show and collect stray Gaga hairs for his shrine. Then the divorced walruses tried to use the text inbox to triangulate if they knew the same sad sack who went on the vomit comet at a local bar over the weekend. That did happen.
Yeah.
Despite Tim's greatness and Jason Alexander bringing us back from break, the runway star of the onboarding hour was none other than the chairman. First, he explained how after years of watching sports, he had an epiphany over the weekend and finally understood the origin of Limu Imu's name from the Liberty Mutual commercials. However, his true moment of glory came when he channeled his inner Ursuline girl with body image issues and joined the puking discussion by saying you feel skinny afterwards. Best of luck with the bulimia, Kurt. Sincerely, Martin Ketchup. And that's what we have!
Martin Ketchup.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, vote on your secret ballots. And 1 hour from now, we will announce who won day 2 of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day as someone gets a step closer to winning a $10,000 HVAC system. My, what a Jim Dandy of a competition. Martin, did anybody get a grade of 7 or above from you? I know you reserved that for special email.
Yeah, I did not have any 7s.
What was the highest number?
Try to grade. Well, I was grading low. That gives me a little room, to go up. So I think I maxed out at 6'1".
6'1".
But I'm particularly harsh for a reason. That way I have room to go up.
Yes, you have the room.
Yeah, you're the Simon Cowell of
Yeah,
this
the
day.
first one I guffaw, and I put down 8. And the rest of the way, well, that's way better.
I like your system.
It's like figure skating.
Over there. All right, we will have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 10:55 on the program. It is TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, I don't know who won the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. This Jackson, he's the kind of guy you want to be in a foxhole with.
Why?
You can't break him.
No.
He's, I feel like Paul, was that Paul Sorvino in Jackson's Henry Hill?
Yeah.
And we're all waiting outside the courtroom to celebrate the fact that, he learned an important lesson. Was that Jimmy Conway who said that, Robert De Niro?
Yeah. It's getting pinched for the first time. Unfortunately, it didn't end well because, of course, Henry ratted on all of his friends.
Have you ever been pinched?
No, never been pinched.
But I have no idea who won the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. All I know is whoever won it won 4-1. That's what I know.
Oh, really?
So we'll find out coming up at approximately 10:55. Martin leaves for onboarding at 10 o'clock, and that's why we are doing it at 9:45 during this magical month of TMA, in which Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling and the great Seth Goldcamp have come up with one of the most incredible promotions in what some are saying broadcast history, not just TMA history, broadcast history.
Well, certainly St. Louis radio history. It's probably up right
I'm
up there.
telling you. Next month, an auto dealership needs to give away a car. I think that's the next step. Don't you think?
I don't see why not.
Whip,
yeah.
Whip, 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 whip. Was that Click? What do you think that is, 2015?
I don't know.
Was that before 2015?
The movie Click?
No.
Big Sean.
Big Sean, yeah.
Oh, I've never been a Big Sean guy.
What about Kanye?
At one point, things kind of turned.
2 Chainz.
On Mercy. Yeah. Oh, that would have been like 2012. That's the song you're referencing.
What about
2 Chainz had the best.
Click.
2 Chainz had the best verse on it, by the way.
Doug, 2 Chainz had the best verse.
Despite Big Sean thinking it was his, no shot.
I wish they would do email the day this early on every show so I could just fade the last irrelevant hour. Doug, these are people listing the program by gunpoint.
Which isn't a bad idea.
They don't ask how, they just ask how many.
Not a bad idea to hold a gun at someone's head and make them listen to the radio?
Well, no.
So you are backing away from that take officially?
Officially, yes. But, talk to me after the program.
So the winner will be announced here at 10:55. 100 West Dental, that Dr. Brandon Pryor. I mean, I had sponsors and former sponsors, for that matter, taking care of me during the holiday break like nobody's business. And I'm telling you, and I want to emphasize this because I get it. Part of the business and why the show's had its run is the advertisers. But the advertisers don't advertise because they just feel like throwing money away. They get return on investment. But we don't endorse people just to endorse people. When we talk about a person, that's something that all of us take seriously. We're not going to vouch for somebody who we think is some kind of, problem, to be polite. Dr. Brandon Pryor, I ran into a spot with a tooth situation, and I wasn't going to be able to get it tended to for a couple of weeks. Needed a root canal the day before Christmas Eve. Otherwise, I was doomed, and that guy got me in within a matter of hours to get it tended to. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental, 100 westdental.com. They are located on Manchester in Baldwin. You give them my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. That's 100 westdental.com. You go in there and you think you are in a different world because it does not look like a dentist's office. They have the latest and greatest technology. It's first class. Can't say enough good things about Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. I know people go, I don't want to go to the dentist's office. It's an important thing to get done. Get checked up twice a year. You don't have to call anybody. Just go to 100westdental.com and get it scheduled. And if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. They have a membership plan that'll take care of the costs with you. So it's 100westdental.com. And right across the street, a former sponsor, but long time, and could be getting, we're working on possibly doing something with the great Jamie Burkhardt of Munganast. He's kind enough to, tire blows out. Tire blows out on 44 on, I think it was on Christmas Eve.
Oh, no.
And I'm with my older son, and
Fresh off the root canal.
Sure. And I texted, my plan was like, how am I going to get it from AAA to see if I can get it over to Munganast St. Louis Acura? I mean, God, TMA sponsor for, I don't even know how many years, 7 years probably. Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor. and Jamie Burkhardt is just one of the finest individuals that I have met in general, much less sponsor. So not only they send a person out to trade cars out, and then Jamie comes by on Christmas Eve.
No fooling.
Yes. I mean, so when I'm talking about the quality of people, when we're vouching for the individuals, we mean that. So like a James Carlton, a Mark Hanna, Seth Goldcamp, Jamie Burkhardt.
Jamie was doing some Yuletide lemonading.
I mean, I was with my son, and he was, it can be a weird spot. I didn't even, if you had a tire blowout while you're driving down like an interstate?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
I hadn't had it happen before. And so my son and I were talking, and we heard the noise, but then we just kept going and didn't realize it. And then you see it's got a problem.
Flap.
Exactly right. Yes. So it wasn't as dangerous, I guess, of a situation as it could be. But very grateful to him and Dr. Brandon Pryor, because needing a root canal for about 2 weeks, that would have been,
yeah.
What do you even do in that spot?
I guess just fight through it. I mean, maybe
I don't understand.
You get that numbing stuff that they give to babies.
Oh, you put it on the end of your key, and you kind of...
Yeah.
No, well, different numbing agent.
That's at 4 a.m.
But it doesn't work very well.
Yeah, you just be in hell, especially in this line of work. We have to talk all the time. It really stinks.
Mm-hmm. Talking doesn't hurt your teeth, though.
If you have a toothache, that's what I've noticed. I just have
a root canal, bro.
No, I haven't had a toothache like for real in probably 10 years. But when I do, I just want to lie down on my face, on the side where it hurts, put some pressure on it, and not talk to anybody.
Oof,
that sucks. It sucks. So shout out to Dr. Brandon Pryor.
Toothache, the most debilitating pain to have to try to just get through.
Back pain's pretty rough.
Herpes flare up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's just tough to leave the house.
Ever hurt your neck?
Oh, yeah. Cranking the neck, a really bad one. That'll suck. I think back pain, though, because every movement hurts.
Use a figure skate like in Castaway. That's from Thanks, Dad.
To lance your tooth like that? Terrible.
Doug? Do you know what we're talking about here? Is that Tom Hank?
Yeah.
Tom Hank.
And he needed a root canal, but he was on an island?
He had to take an ice skate and pop some in his gums or something. I can't remember exactly, but he definitely put an ice skate to his face. I think to lance some sort of
Don't you just
ailment.
lance a boil? Isn't that the direct object?
I had to do that once. That was gross.
You had to lance a boil yourself?
Whitehead. It's disgusting. It was terrible.
Oh, no.
You have to heat it up to
how big was this damn thing?
It. Big.
Oh,
big.
The size of a toaster?
The size of a toaster. It was handsome, though. It was handsome.
Where was it?
Right on my lip.
You had an enormous boil right on your lip?
Not a boil. It was a whitehead, like a pimple.
Goiter?
Like a pimple.
In your mouth?
I saw someone with a goiter the other day. That was a tough scene.
Todd.
Where do you go to see these goiter people?
I'm not going to say where I saw it. I just saw someone with a goiter the other day, and it took me by surprise.
Kidney stone's the worst, and then it's a word I can't say. I don't think.
Yeah.
The worst is what's happening to you at the current time.
I was just referring to more just every day, trying to get around
aches
pain.
and pains,
right.
Sharon and Clayton, who is poolside in Sanibel. Doug is at the Fable Ticks of Florida Islands.
Apparently it is.
He knocked the whole rotted tooth out of his mouth, and then he passed out.
Right, okay. Yeah, awful. Okay. Terrible.
Yeah, what do you do in that spot? I guess you have to hope a figure skate's nearby.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm stuck on an island like that, I don't know if I'm long for that situation.
Mouth herpes is no joke, Piddles. That's from Dale in Grubville.
It was a whitehead. It was a pimple. It was not a cold sore. Which would that be? That would be
But it was
herpes.
huge. It was
big.
Gigantic.
It was really big.
The size of a toad?
It was big enough where I had to take care of it, yeah. It was not on my lip, but just above it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, pop that sucker.
And that fixed it?
Yeah.
All right.
Some ointment.
Okay. Gout's the worst by far. That's from Evil Calvin. Doug, have you ever had gout?
I think so. I didn't know if it was gout or a bunion because the symptoms are kind of similar.
What did the skipper battle with?
Shingles.
Shingles, yeah. He had shingles in the 2011 season World Championship.
That's brutal.
Can I be a guest on Movie Boy Talking Castaway? That's from Boozy. Jackson, are you having people join you that are just calling in and texting in?
Next, for a little bit now, it's going to be kind of busy on Movie Boy.
Is that right? What do you got going on?
Well, I still got to talk about some movies that came out during the holiday season, like Marty Supreme, the new Chalamet movie, Avatar, housemaid, and then we get into Oscar season right after that. So
Golden Globes with Nikki Glaser this weekend, Doug.
Love that. Can't wait for that. So a lot to discuss for the next couple of weeks, but there'll be a lull in late spring where I could see Castaway making an appearance on the program.
Harrison's brother Master in an alliance with Sharon and Clayton in 2026 says, Tim, I dislocated my shoulder Saturday, the worst pain I've experienced ever. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
That sounds brutal.
Well,
gout is a prerequisite to make sure you're allowed to live in Cottleville? So Doug's Chris, so you have to have gout to live in Cottleville? Is that true?
Is that too much sodium? If you're having too much sodium,
I think
you
it's
get gout?
a rich diet. If you're drinking too much or eating too much beef or something
I think
like
Paul
that.
Bizanet got it last year from eating
Mine turned out-
3 steaks a day.
They tested mine. It didn't turn out to be gout. Okay. Because I didn't have any of those. Didn't do any of the things you do to get them.
Right.
Guys, I also got mouth herpes, Jackson.
I don't. It wasn't a cold sore.
Who gave you the mouth herpes?
Oh, man.
I got mouth herpes from a stripper that swore she was clean. It's still a tough topic at home. That's from the horse in Wacko.
Well, in fairness, a cold sore is herpes. Now, it's not genital herpes, which is a different story. But cold sores are just herpes, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a much more common form of it. I think
Herpes simplex.
Yes, which I think
I've heard.
like 75% of people have. Because it's genetic.
And it's all from this stripper that the horse was
No,
Wacko
it's
ran into?
genetic. It gets passed down.
And she said she was clean.
And it's a tough topic over the holidays?
I would think it would be, yeah.
All right, we're going to announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We already did it at 9:45. You can podcast that via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. That's Schaefer Door. Jason Gosrow's company. Speaking of people we know who's a quality person, Jason Gosrow. There's another one. Schaefer Door Company, longtime TMA sponsor. Grateful for their support on the program. SCHAEF, 1F, ER Door. .com. Call or text the number they set up for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installations. They also service commercial doors as well. You can go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Rockets defeat the Suns last night 197. Kevin Durant defeating his former team with a late winner and 26 points and 10 rebounds in the effort. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Series back. Yeah. Those Cardinal players.
Act.
Yep. Yeah.
CMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour, and we'll have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at 10:55 as we're doing it in the 9 o'clock hour here because of the huge prize that's on the line. I mean, what are we going to give away in the month of February, Doug?
Could be just about anything. There is no ceiling for this presentation.
Car. You think car, Jackson?
Car or boat.
Yeah.
Cigarette boat.
Maybe a cigarette boat like from May, like to get ready for Memorial Day weekend.
Right. Well, yeah, the shootout.
Maybe a WNBA hat.
Ooh.
That's aim high.
Yeah.
That's probably more likely.
Well, like a fever hat.
Or the one you're wearing.
Valkyries?
Game worn. Yeah.
Game worn.
So Faller's not going to be on the Fever next year, right?
Yeah. Doesn't
that suck, Doug?
Why not?
Signed somewhere else, isn't she? I don't know. There might not even be a season next year. Might be locked out.
So what are you going to watch?
Baseball.
It's
So the Cardinal attendance will skyrocket again.
Yeah.
The program is called The Morning After, 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. And we welcome you to talk it over with other TMA listeners, the TMA STL YouTube channel, where the D-Gen from Jeffco just posted, rubbing that soothing cream on a spicy beef gasket is nice.
A beef gasket.
Do you want context to this, Doug, or no?
Yes, please.
They were talking hemorrhoids in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Good topic.
And what would be the beef gasket?
I don't think we're... Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So you open up the YouTube app and you type in TMASTL, and then you got that conversation.
That's the kind of talk that you get there, too.
Yeah.
Can't get away from it anywhere.
Jack Core said, I had one of those. They suck.
See? So you can find people that will relate to your problems in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can also text into the program 314-399-9646. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by Stifel. For over 135 years, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Well, pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, yes. Banking through Stifel Bank. Yep. You own a business? Well, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel is not bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success, and that's why they're partnering with TMA. It just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Well, these are Jackson's remixes we're playing.
Man, that's nice.
It's a great music video. Sit down with the family tonight and enjoy it.
Around the hearth.
Yeah, around the hearth. Have you taken down your Christmas decorations?
Didn't have any to begin with.
I did that yesterday.
With the weather being warm?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like in the 60s yesterday.
Boy, those Christmas lights like to tangle up.
They sure do.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
That's what I say to myself every time I remember.
I thought you just said you didn't have any decorations up.
Not this year.
I can play it back for you if you do it.
No, thank you, counselor. I remember. Last year I had a bunch of Christmas decorations. Well, I had a little tree, like a Charlie Brown sized tree.
They get so tangled, and some of the lights don't work. You want to just throw them away.
Yeah.
And then you do it. And then next year you go, well, we got to buy some Christmas lights. You go, they're $50, $60. Why didn't I try harder with the last string?
Yeah.
This Heiser House hooligan. Uh-oh. Is there something going on between you two? I just opened up the text inbox, and he's been sending, but he was mad yesterday, right?
He's just perpetually mad, I think.
He's going after you, and some of it's kind of personal, so I don't know.
I read it. It's fine.
Okay. It's ironic that the person who failed as a teacher, I didn't know that was the case. I didn't think that was the case.
No, it wasn't.
Who failed as a teacher is in charge of grading/filtering emails from the listeners for this fantastic show. It must be like his private hell, 0 for 2, working on a nice little streak. Thanks, Chairman. Just so I have my facts straight, any fictional story written in the email today has to contain homoerotic fantasies about Doug or stepdads. Is that right? Okay, thanks. That's the Heiser House hooligan, Doug. He's mad that his email has not gotten.
You see what I'm writing over here? I'm writing him in the suspension log. I don't like his tone.
This is one of those cases where everything is being projected outward, and he just refuses to look inward in any way, shape, or form.
And that's be better, not bitter? That's what you say?
Yeah.
The Heiser House hooligan
he's gone.
Has been suspended a period of 2 days' time, and in addition, I am denying his application for Section 8 housing.
So he's out?
Yes, he's out.
He's out in the cold.
Not Maine is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Will Jeremiah Love be a Kansas City Chief?
Doug?
Doug's scared to answer that.
I see he is projected to go in the first round.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Top 5.
Yeah.
Mel Kiper has him at number 3. Who does he have him behind?
Mendoza.
Yes, that's one.
And the Ohio State receiver?
I don't think he's eligible yet.
Initials, please.
DM.
My friend Doug Marion? Gosh, he's like in his 50s.
We don't talk enough about how good that mouth horn that Tim does is.
Clip that off.
What a weak living play that was. What a great mouth horn, Tim.
You don't have
DM,
the balls
Derek
to
Magruder?
answer whether or not you think Jeff Fisher should come back or not.
Second letter, first name, please.
A.
Dave Mulligan. Dave Mulligan's going to get the pick?
Nope.
Now, third letter.
N.
Dante Moore.
Yes!
Okay, see, that was easy.
Nicely done.
Okay.
I was going to get the time kill music out.
All right.
Go find that dork's email and read it now so we can all make fun of him. That's from Beer Cats, who wants us to read the Heiser House Hooligans email.
I was thinking it could make for good social media content to read some of the unread submissions. I don't know if we want to go down that road, but just to show how
horrible they are.
Yes.
Well, what makes them not get through? Like, are they just not funny, or are they?
I don't mean to come off as the gatekeeper of humor, but I just don't find them funny. And I've known you for a little bit now. I feel like I know what's gonna get a good read and get everybody activated. And sometimes I just got to bail on it.
I mean, the chairman's put in a position where, he's going to make some enemies. But, Doug, part of greatness is making enemies. Part of greatness is making enemies.
And we had more than 20 get deleted today. So it's a numbers game, and it's not easy to crack the top 11 like there was today.
Right.
High volume month.
It's a high volume month.
Someone has to do it, and whoever did it would face
That's
the same
exactly
wrath.
right. Part of greatness
is making enemies.
That's right.
Okay.
People don't forget.
I mean, have you ever had a president with a 100% approval rating?
No. The chairman took over filtering because people hated my filtering so much. They were so frustrated by it. So what's the common denominator here? What's up, brother?
You were sad to give up that responsibility.
Yeah, devastated.
I picked up a read.
But just think how good it's going to feel for Heiser if he breaks through one day, Doug.
Right. That's the thing. It's a challenge. Fight through adversity.
Yeah, that's why I'm beating my 3-year-old 10-0 in shitty hockey.
Right.
So the day that he does score a goal,
Right.
he's going to know he earned it.
Yeah. Or he could get the old Gordie Howe hat trick and grab you by the scruff.
I mean, it sends a message.
Yeah.
You're going to earn this goal, son.
And when he says Heiser House Julio, should I know what Heiser House is? What
I
is
don't know
that?
what that is.
I think it's an establishment somewhere in the area, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I had not heard of it.
Quit complaining about the price of Christmas lights, Doug. You and your high ceilings. That's from Moist to Salute Possible Burner.
These are outdoor. These are outside, outdoor.
I like when someone asked if Doug was with child earlier.
Doug Jackson has sent over a link that he says is gold for you.
A home run.
Oh, good.
A home run.
Hope I can hear it.
We're going to have it on the other side of the break.
Okay.
Because Jackson's working on this time spent listening metric.
Yeah, TSL.
And then we're going to announce the winner of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. We just know it's not the Heiser House hooligan this
I can break that.
morning. It's coming up. TMA 101 ESPN.
Doug. Is there a reason for this wonderful song being?
Well, I played some slower Pearl Jam, so I thought
Slower Zeppelin?
Some slower Zeppelin.
Okay.
That is my favorite Zeppelin song.
What about Ann and Nancy Wilson's interpretation of Stairway to Heaven? Was that the 2011
I don't know the years, Tim.
Was that when they played it in front of Jimmy Page and
Robert Plant?
Yeah, and they were like crying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good stuff.
Not good enough to get played here, though.
Well, I'd play the OG.
He'll play the OG.
This is in my Jam playlist.
Oh, I like that.
I'm going to have to go get a new set of earbuds.
Yeah, you said it's a New Year's
find
resolution.
anything
You
that
gotta do
works.
it.
Nothing here that works. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay.
A good column from Ross Dellinger. Is he the best college football reporter? As far as columnist goes.
Columnist, yeah, I would say.
I mean, Pete Thamel would be the Adam Schefter.
Right.
Shams.
I like reading Ross. I like
Passon. Would you say Passon's the Schefter of baseball?
Yeah, for sure. Him and Olney.
I see. What if I said Rosenthal? I think Olney's kind of.
Rosenthal's kind of broken into more analysis, I feel, than like breaking news.
Okay. Well, either way, Ross Dellinger has this column up this morning on the changes. Former Missouri assistant AD, and who's now, I believe, at Buffalo, Mark Allnut, is involved along with Georgia AD Josh Brooks, the NCAA Football Oversight Committee. And these are the things that they anticipate tending to possibly as soon as them getting together on the morning of the College Football Playoff Championship game, which is in 13 days. The future of Week 0. Will it become the new Week 1, which is, I guess, the second to last or last Saturday in August, depending on where Labor Day falls? The playing dates of the college football playoff, and is there a way to return the semifinals to New Year's Day as opposed to the quarterfinals? The date of the transfer portal. Is a single spring portal gaining more momentum? And then finally, spring and summer access periods. Will the sport finally implement OTA-type summer training? Overall, the goal of any calendar change is to decongest December and January, or as Nick Saban suggests, create a more NFL-like calendar for college football, which includes the quote-unquote draft, which would be signing day, and free agency, i.e. the portal, happening after the postseason, and eliminating spring practice. In that model, the assembling and development of most of a team in the offseason would shift from December through March to April through June. That would certainly make sense. And then Saban says you wouldn't have these issues with coaches changing jobs because everybody could finish the season with their team because there would be no hurry. So that is something to keep an eye on. Something that I don't know if it's possible, but I would love to see is if somehow the bowls could be for the teams that don't make the playoffs, and like the Orange Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, and so on and so forth. And then you could have the college football playoff games all on campus.
Yeah, but then no one would go to those bowl games or watch.
But I mean, look at the numbers all the bowls got, even though they were all, relatively, from my standpoint.
Well, they'd watch the playoff games, but they wouldn't watch
But you did see the bowl ratings were up huge, including the Gator Bowl crap and what was Illinois in. I don't know what that was in. Whatever, all those things,
The whatever bowl.
That guys, with no friends argue about on Twitter, but between Christmas and New Year's about which conference is better based on what happens in these exhibition games.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm going to set up an argument in February over which baseball division is better based on who has a better spring training. Cactus League and Grapefruit League. Keep an eye on my Twitter feed. It's going to be off the chain.
I'm sure it'll be great.
I think I guess the downside to what Dellinger's talking about in there is if you're starting the season earlier and not having spring practice, moving free agency essentially later, it's a lot less familiarity a team would have with each other by the time the season rolled around. How much do you really need? I don't know, but you're like condensing it on both ends in that sense, which I'm not saying, I think the positives outweigh the negatives in that regard, but that would be something people pushing back on that would probably say.
For years now, administrators have toyed with the idea of turning Week 0 into the new Week 1. As it stands now, schools must be granted a waiver to compete in Week 0. There are usually 10 to 15 games involving FBS teams. However, FBS officials are considering eliminating the waiver process, completely opening Week 0 to all schools, as FCS schools did last year. So that is something that they are considering, which then could lead to
having the semifinals on New Year's Day. The issue is, as we just were talking about earlier in the program, the ratings were so huge throughout the day with the Orange Bowl, Rose Bowl, Cotton Bowl the night before, and then the Sugar Bowl the night of New Year's Day. I don't know if they'd want to mess with that. I don't know.
Right, especially given that, I mean, certainly in the Oregon, Texas Tech, and Indiana, Alabama games, they weren't even contests.
Exactly. I mean, what if those would have been great games?
Exactly.
Can you imagine what the numbers would be?
Right.
All right, we'll take a break, come back with what Jackson calls as the gem for Doug.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Coming up next, TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tomorrow right here on 101 ESPN as they take on the Blackhawks. Pre-game at 7:30, puck drop at 8:30 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
What do you got going on here?
I didn't have a bed and I had to put something in.
Oh, it's just anything, right?
The boy is
Any
trying.
port in a storm.
Doug, Jackson's been deep teasing this. It is gold mine for Doug.
Okay.
Comes from St. Louis Magazine, and it's 10 St. Louis dining trends to watch in 2026.
Oh, please. You eat what you want. You don't have to follow some trend to decide what you want for dinner. I don't like the article already.
Number one. Do you want to do any guesses?
What the trend is? A hamburger.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna give you
yeah, he gets one.
Americans sure haven't eaten many hamburgers over the years.
Well, the specific part of it, but I guess it sounds like you might have already read the article. Beef tallow is back.
Beef tallow.
Years ago, Julia Child raved about the joy of beef tallow once used by McDonald's for its fries, and for good reason. As local joints like Bulliards, Max Local Eats, and Salt and Smoke, Old Tom Schmidt, know when frying their potatoes in it, beef tallow is the burgundy of cooking.
Oh, the furry. Stop with this already. I am tired of this article, and it just started.
What about point number 4? I don't know if you read this one.
My favorite one.
Vinegars are going to be big this year.
They're not.
Yeah.
Vinegars. Boy, I sure am hungry. Could sure use some vinegars. Said nobody ever.
You ever have an aged balsamic? Delicious.
Point 6, fiber intake's going to increase.
Okay.
Something called fiber maxing?
Yep.
Somebody just realized that fiber's kind of good for the digestive
But
tract.
it's going to increase.
It is.
Intake's going to increase.
Meaning we're going to eat what?
Metamucil, I guess.
What's the vegetables? What's the word for vegetables that are thick, rich in fiber? Cruciferous? I can't pronounce it.
I don't know, but I'm not eating that.
All right, fair enough.
Number 7, vodka sauce has reemerged in restaurant kitchens.
Ooh, and this guy's excited. It's like
you like vodka sauce?
It's like a creamy tomato sauce. Sometimes they make it spicy. Delicious.
And there's alcohol in there?
Yeah, but it burns out.
Well, why put it in there then?
I don't know.
Flavor.
I think just so you can say vodka sauce. Oh, my. I'm going to
think it's like a
vodka in my sauce.
Like
Stop it.
Like a badass thing.
It's elite saucism.
Smash burgers are going to be big in the city this coming year, according to the National Restaurant Association.
The calendar flips, and now everyone wants a skinny hamburger. I don't buy any of this.
St. Louis has smash burgers like the Cardinals have excuses. How about that?
Wow.
Kind of a take.
Scathing.
Okay.
Wait times will continue to test customers' patience.
I really like this.
Wait time. And that's something new, too? New for 2026. If you have to stand in line for a long time in the restaurant, it's going to test your patience. Brand new concept. No one ever thought of it before.
And cell phones will remain a fixture at the dinner table.
You think so? A lot of people's best friend now is their phone.
Have you been to a restaurant where they have the menu and everything on like a QR code?
Yeah,
and you can pay your tab right there, too. Really efficient.
That Peacemaker in Kirkwood. Mm-hmm. The menu's right there.
Right.
Take care of it right there. How do you do?
And it's not like it's replacing people. People are food runners and all that.
Yeah, swimming waitresses.
Makes sense. They don't have to print up menus, save them $1 there, too.
Russ, I got some fish for you and your sister.
Audrey dead? That's correct. Cruciferous piddles. That's from Sharon.
It's a hard word to pronounce. It's a hard word. I was close.
Doug, fiber is nature's broom. That's from Tim's travel agent.
Sometimes could be something to that.
Sometimes the title segment comes right at the very end of the show.
Nature's broom.
Fiber is nature's broom.
And we're just now going to start realizing that we need a little fiber in our diet. Just now, brand new.
I'm interested.
That and we're impatient when there's a long line at the restaurant.
I'm more interested in the vinegars that are going to be on the rise.
Yeah.
You ever dip some fries in vinegar?
Hell
Love
no.
it. Love it. Douse them in it.
Do you just do it 100% catsup?
Yes, if I have fries at all, that's what I would do.
Extra salt?
No salt at all, ever on anything.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Before we announce the winner of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, Doug wants to tell us about Mark Milton.
Well, I don't think he cares much about the vinegars or the beef tallow. He cares about the taxes. And if you have any kind of tax problem, this is the name you need to know. That would be Mark Milton. He will be on your corner if the godforsaken tax man comes a-knocking. You know, maybe you didn't file a return one year. Maybe you got tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments. Maybe you owed a lot, couldn't pay it off, and now you're possibly even facing a criminal investigation. Well, Mark Milton is your guy. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. You want credentials? He's got those. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country, so he's been on that side of the field as well. And he even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This is one of the best, not just in St. Louis, but in the entire country at what he does. Any kind of IRS problems at all, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, sir, I am not guilty. Yes, sir, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
All right, here we go. Carlos Spicy winner. Day one.
Yes, he did.
He's got a point.
Mm-hmm.
Who got a point on day two of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Month competition for the $10,000 HVAC system?
In a 4-1 vote, the incel from the other side of the couch.
Oh, really? My goodness. He was getting cucked?
Mm-hmm.
But was he really getting cucked? He just said his wife has turned her attention to Doritos, and so he is debating leaving, and he was asking us for advice, and we never really gave him any.
The bayonet of abstinence?
Yeah, he said
that's what got me. He's living on the point to the bayonet of abstinence.
Congratulations. What was the name?
Incel from the other side of the couch.
The incel from the other side of the couch now has one win, just like Carlos Spicy Wiener. What a battle we've got going on here as it's 1-1 through day two with a new emailer, the incel from the other side of the couch, tying a legend like Carlos Spicy Wiener. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.